You the whole time. You can.
Muted.
Why don't you start over?
Sorry, my apologies.
All right. Well, good morning again. For the record, again, my name is Alan Lazo. I'm chair of the Land Conservation Development Commission. It is Friday, August 28th, 2026, and I call this meeting to order. The first order of business this morning still is the director's report from the venerable director of the agency, Brenda Bateman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chair, members of the commission, staff, observers. For the record, my name is Brenda Bateman. I'm the director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Welcome to Friday. And I've got a director's report for you this morning. As usual, you've got the details in your packets in agenda item 6, but we'll go over some of the highlights. And then I have some folks to introduce to you today, new employees, and a couple of issues to dive a little bit more deeply into. So I think we'd like to start this morning with our recruitments and our hires and promotions so that you can get to see a couple of new faces. And then that way they can be released for the day, or they're also welcome to stay and watch the proceedings. But we have 3 folks with us, 2 in the room and 1 online today. So I think I'll have the 2 new employees that are in the room come forward and introduce themselves to you. Just name, title, what you'll be doing here, and maybe where you've come from. But we have Melanie and Bill. Go ahead and take a seat and introduce yourself to the commissioners. They're very friendly, so don't be shy. And we'll start with Melanie.
Hi, good morning. So happy to be here. So I'm Melanie DeCaros. I'm your HR generalist. I came from Department of Forestry, and then prior to that, Fish and Wildlife. So I've been with State Service since 2023, and also living in Oregon since I grew up in California.
And I'm Bill Klinkow. I'm new to the DMAPS team. I'm an application developer. Prior to this, the last 7 years, I've been making web apps that feature spatial data and interactive maps. So my role here will be largely doing similar work.
Fantastic. We're excited to have you both. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good. And then we have do we have online Kai, who's
Yes.
jumped on this morning? We have Kai Beatty. Go ahead, Kai.
Yes. Hello, Chair Lazo, commissioners. My name is Kai Beatty. I'm the new housing policy analyst with the housing division, working under the strategy side of the policy wing. I just recently graduated from the University of Oregon's Masters of Public Administration program, where I specialized in planning. And then before attending U of O, I have about 4 years of experience working for an international consulting firm in Washington, D.C., where I had the opportunity to work on a couple of different regulatory policies for several different federal agencies. And I'm very excited to take some of that experience here.
Fantastic. Okay, welcome. Great. So as you can see, many of our newest employees are coming in through the housing door or through IT related doors. And so those are all new positions that have come to us through the legislature with our increased responsibility in the housing related arena. That's how we've managed to get some of these new resources. So we're very excited in the modernization, both on the program and the IT side of the house.
Director Bateman, we also have new from IT, Sean, on.
Oh, is he on?
Well,
Yes.
he's there.
Sean, sorry, I overlooked you. Go ahead.
That's quite all right. Good morning, Chair Lazo, members of the commission. My name is Sean Sumler. I'm a web developer with the ITS team with the DLCD. Very happy to be here. I've been a developer for about 15 years, coming from the private medical and healthcare technology field, and I've really enjoyed my time so far.
Very good. Thank you, Sean. Yes, we're excited to have 2 app developers joining us, and I think you'll start to see a lot of our platforms and our forms modernized for folks to interact with. Oh, do we see Haley on the line? Okay, go ahead, Haley.
Just getting your promoted. It'll take just a second.
Okay. Morning, Haley.
Good morning, Chair Lazo and Commissioners. I wanted to have a second to introduce myself as well. Haley Campbell, I'm the Assistant Housing Acceleration Planner, also on the housing team. I'm coming to you from the City of Springfield for nearly 4 years as their Senior Planner and Code Writer. And before that, also in the Eugene, Springfield area, I worked for a local landscape architecture firm processing their land use permits, mostly focused on student housing, large lot subdivisions, and some commercial and industrial thrown in for good measure. I'm a graduate of the U of O 3 p.m. program. Go Ducks. And I just wanted to say that I'm so thrilled to be here, very passionate about community land trusts, and I look forward to working with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. The team just keeps getting better and better and better. I wanted to draw your attention to the table of governor's expectations. This is one that we keep in here for every director's report. Oh, and actually, before I move on, I'll also remind you that we've got an org chart that's in the back of the director's report so that we can keep score who's arriving and where they land in the organization. So then moving on to governor's expectations, there's a table here of about 12 things that we report on every time, and it basically serves as a dashboard for you of how we're doing with regard to employee performance feedback, employee engagement, trainings and professional development and inclusion, as well as some items around agency preparedness and customer service. So those are there for your review and reference whenever you need them. Just moving along and kind of hitting the high points, we've got some notes here under our tribal relations. We've issued 2 letters of invitation to our federally recognized tribes in Oregon for the rulemakings that we're just starting and asking how and whether they'd like to be involved. We've gotten responses to 2 of the letters, and the first was for the shoreline stabilization rulemaking. A representative from the Coquel tribe will be participating in those conversations with us. So we're very excited about that. And the second one, which we'll hear a little bit more about later in my director's report, is the housing in unincorporated areas rulemaking. And we have representatives from both the Grand Ronde and the Umatilla. So we're excited to have those voices in the room with us. Let's see, a couple of other things on our policy wing in the director's office. We'll be recruiting for a legal and senior policy advisor this fall. And so you may have noticed our legal portfolio is ramping up. There's quite a bit of things going on, and we could use some more help inside the agency to kind of help with traffic control, prioritization, and initial responses to some of these items that have come through the door. So we're excited about that. If you know anybody, keep an eye out for that recruitment. We'd love to add to our legal team. And then you'll hear a little bit from Brandy Nichols later in the commission business under what's going on with our budget. But I wanted to let you know that we've turned in our agency request budget to the governor's office this month. And so we'll be in a little period of silence while those budgets are undergoing some review, and the next thing we'll all hear and see is the governor's recommended budget that's due to come out, I believe, the beginning of December, in time for being taken up in the 2027 legislative session. A couple of exciting things we wanted to point out to you. If you're following along, I'm in the director's report and I'm on page 4. This is item 6 of the overall program for the day. But we've gotten news on a couple of grant fronts with regard to FEMA. So that's surprising and gratifying. Back in June, we actually received an award for natural hazard mitigation plans, specifically for 3 counties: Columbia County, Coos County, and Union County. So those were things that we've been hoping for. And it comes through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program as a result of the 2024 wildfires. We've also just learned that FEMA's opened an application period for grants that fund flood hazard work. And so we're working away on both of those things. skipping to the next page, on page 5, I wanted to note for all of you that the offshore wind roadmap is now out. It's finalized and available to the public, been posted on our website. What an incredible body of work, and the number of conversations and discussions and the amount of input that we got as part of that process was incredible. Our coastal staff is to be commended. I think they've already taken a nice long vacation as a result of that. And those materials are now available for the public. As a reminder, this roadmap was as a result of conversations with our coastal communities about what they would need or what they would like to see should offshore wind in various different forms come to Oregon or the West Coast. And so they were able to give us their concerns and really what they would need to be successful in that era should offshore wind projects come to us. Let's see, let's skip over to page 7. We've got a number of technical assistance guidebooks and resources that I just wanted to point out to you and to those who may be listening and looking for additional resources from the department. This, finally, I'm really excited to say, is the implementation work. So when we get freed up from rulemaking, then those teams move into actual implementation and making the programs happen. So in the middle of page 7, we've got some guidebooks under the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis under the ONA. Lots of guidebooks, 2-pagers, explainers, and technical resources that we've recently made available to the local jurisdictions that are deep into this work. So we're very excited about that implementation. And then, oh, go ahead.
Also, on the ONA, I noticed if folks aren't signed up for different mailing lists, there's also a webinar series of 4 webinars on ONA that kind of talk about the implementation of Goal 10 and the new paradigm that we're in. So I haven't got a chance to watch them yet. I'm signed up for them all, but I'm waiting for them to finish and then go,
And then take
and
them
then
all
I'll
same
split or
time.
binge them. Is that what they said?
A binge watch. And I believe those were in partnership with the Oregon section of American Planning Association of APA. So available through a couple of different channels there. But thank you for pointing out that webinar series. And that features many of our staff members. Let's see, under the HAPO, which is our Housing Accountability and Production Office, the resources that have been made available there are many, and they span pages 7 and 8. But there's a resource hub. There's some mapping instruments. There's a dashboard. There's some model codes. There's a housing law library. All of those links are available in the digital version of this report that you can get to, and also through our website. But we're just so pleased at how we're starting to roll out some resources that folks can either do self-service and find on their own, or can call and get additional help with the housing work they're doing. Commissioner.
Director Bateman, in looking here in that paragraph, I'd made a note that that the department issued a formal notice of potential violation. I was just interested in, maybe Joel could tell us what kind of a violation is it? I was trying to, so that I understood it a little better.
We can ask for additional detail. That may be all we have at this point in time in terms of what's written here. We may be in the middle of looking into it and not have much detail, but if there's anything you want to confirm or add, Joel?
Director, thank you for the opportunity. Chair Lazo and Commissioner Bennett. It's Joel Matson, Manager of the Housing Accountability and Production Office. I don't have anything specific to add, but it is part of our process to issue those notices of potential investigation. And I wanted to take a minute to just highlight that that's really the moment in our process that we're engaging collaboratively with the local jurisdiction and the housing producer or complainant. So prior to that point in our process, we're determining if it's a credible allegation. And once we've identified the credibility of that, we're opening up that invitation to collaborate and work through the potential violation. So I know the notice of investigation sounds harsh, but really that's our invitation to collaborate and begin working through the potential violation.
I guess I was more trying to understand what is the violation, not even, I don't care who it is or anything, but what are we looking at?
And I'd want to be able to, Chair Lazo and Commissioner Bennett, I'd want to be able to get back to you and provide more of those details, especially as we're just diving into that. So, yeah, thank you.
Well, that's a complaint-driven process then?
Correct. Chair, that is part of the formal complaint process that would come through our inquiry form. So again, where there's a difference between informal inquiries to our office versus a formal housing law complaint. This reference to a potential violation would be part of that formal housing law complaint process.
Thank you, Joel. The next piece I wanted to touch on is on page 9, and I wanted to pause there for a moment and spend some time with it. I think it's worth talking through this next piece, and that is the rulemaking that we've just launched on housing in unincorporated communities. We've had the first meeting so far with our RAC members, and that was mostly introductions. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about what that rulemaking is and what it isn't. I know that there are quite a few fears around that rulemaking, both for what it is and what it isn't, and that we've gotten quite a bit of public comment on it. There are no rules that have come out yet. There's really nothing to comment on, and we might just want to ask folks to observe for a moment and see where the conversation goes, and wait until there's actually something to respond to. But the purpose of this housing in unincorporated communities is, of course, to meet the housing crisis that we have today, and to talk about whether there's an opportunity there for more housing production. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about our Division 22 and our rules. Those are existing provisions that are already on the books today that allow for planning and zoning in unincorporated communities. And it does allow for additional residential development. It allows that today. So we've gotten the question from communities who, might be interested in that particular provision and wanting to know what that would look like. And so this conversation is really to talk about that more. It's focused specifically on residential development. It is not focused on industrial, is not focused on data centers, it's not focused on commercial. So I just want to be really clear about that. This is specifically about housing and the need for greater housing. It's also voluntary. So the counties are under no mandate, and we are not requiring additional development for the purposes of housing. They're not required to make any changes to their unincorporated community programs, but they are interested in knowing what that would look like if they chose to do so. So that's the purpose of this conversation. And if they do so, also written and required by our rules, they will need to use a public process and community involvement in order to make changes to their programs. So I hope that would give folks some comfort that there will be an opportunity for their voices to be heard at the local level should counties choose to pursue further development for residential purposes. And I wanted to note, I think as my last piece here, that any additional development of this kind must also be supported by adequate facilities. So this is not, growing pell-mell. This is making sure that sewer and water and transportation and the utility and public facility services are as part of this plan. So I don't know, Chair, if you wanted to open it up a little bit more for conversation. But I do know that we've got a lot of public comment that's planned at the end of this meeting today on this topic, and it might be premature. I don't want to cut anybody off, but we don't have anything on paper yet to respond to.
Thanks, Director. Yeah, I think if we could just check in to see if other commissioners have had any thoughts or conversations that they wanted to share. And again, I appreciate the sentiment, Director, that we've had one meeting that was mostly introductions and groundwork. And so that, it might be premature to be responding to what this thing is without knowing what it is. So I don't know if folks have comments. I actually do have one comment, but I know that Commissioner Bennett is also our liaison to that RAC, and I don't know if you had any insight from that initial meeting.
Actually, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo everything that the director said, and that, there is no we're not moving off, the rack is not moving in some loaded direction, I guess, quite frankly. And everyone is open. We're going to give plenty of time, not only at the local level, but there'll be time before this commission, before anything is actually adopted. So there's going to be a lot of time, but once again, it's exploring this, and we'll see what comes out of it. And we thank everybody for participating, because this is a really robust community involvement.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I'm interested to talk more about this rulemaking eventually, but I just want to note that I've heard some feedback from some pretty credible sources recently that they have some very maybe not so valid concerns. There's a lot of talk about us allowing data centers and industrial development to occur in these areas. So any sort of public facing materials we can start providing now, I think would be great to try to get ahead of this misinformation campaign that's occurring. I'm going to reach out to the couple of folks who've reached out to me and just have a discussion about it. Can you remind me, did the commission provide a rulemaking charge for this? Do we have that easily available?
We do. Okay. We could pull that up with the screen. Or do you want to read it, or do you want to share your screen?
Thank you. If we could also promote John to be available, if we could, Denise. Yeah. I'm not quite in the meeting. We're sorry, we had it prepared to share during public comment if needed, so can definitely get that.
And I'm not sure kind of where this misinformation is coming from. So I'm going to try to track down some of it with the sources that I'm hearing from.
Okay, thank you. And I will note that the charge was part of our previous commission materials, if folks can always look there, as well as the rulemaking page for this effort online. And so those are already publicly available, and you're right. It's interesting that the messaging that has come out is different from that, but we've been pretty clear all along. John Jennings is now on the line. Good morning, John.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Do you have the charge itself that you might be able to read to us or share on your screen? We just wanted to get some comfort around that and how that read.
Well, I think I can. Give me just a second, perhaps. So basically, Director Baby, you laid things out very well while things are coming up here. So the takeaways here.
Well, actually, John, you pull up the file, and I will keep talking.
Share too.
The language we have scheduled at this point to come out in the beginning of November. And so that's when a public comment would open, when language would be available for folks to see, and we could start receiving formally a public comment that's pointed at that draft. And so between now and then, the Rules Advisory Committee members will be doing their work, and I would respectfully ask that folks allow them to do their work in the way that the commission has instructed them to do so.
And Chair Lazo, it is pretty long. Denise and Ingrid have it. If you could pull it up, it's from our packet in April, pages 5 and 6.
It's up.
There we go.
It's up on the screen now.
Yeah, I guess John has brought it up. Oh, thank you. Perfect. Brenda, would you like me to read it?
If you can see that far, yes.
Sure. Yeah, I have it locally. I know it's hard to see out there. So, and Layla Amon is here too, Community Services Division Manager, and John Jennings and Palmer Mason are the co-project managers. So thanks. It's Kirsten Green here. So the charge was to provide a voluntary option whereby counties may increase housing opportunities within existing urban unincorporated communities and other unincorporated communities with appropriate characteristics, e.g. population size, urban form and uses, availability of public facilities, community support, etc. to secondarily allow counties to expand the boundaries of those communities where appropriate to provide improved housing opportunities. Thirdly, to minimize legal uncertainty and remove unnecessary regulatory barriers to county decisions to increase housing density or allow more intense urban uses in these areas. Again, that's all as appropriate, and that hasn't been defined yet. To protect public health and safety, ensure that any expansion, increased densities, or greater intensity of use will be adequately supported by available or planned public facilities, including consideration for impacts to adjacent communities. To require participating counties to plan and zone for an appropriate mix of housing types to provide options for a range of incomes and household characteristics. To require participating counties to plan and zone for community needs to support those areas, including but not limited to appropriate commercial and industrial light uses, transportation, public safety, public facilities, and urban services, which may also be provided by special districts. To maintain meaningful protection for rural and working lands, natural resources, and natural hazard safety. To reflect input from counties, cities, the development community, housing advocates, natural resource interests, advocacy and community organizations, special districts, state agencies, and broader public. And finally, to ensure that incorporation of the community is not precluded as an alternate path to development and growth. Thank you.
Commissioners, after hearing the charge. All right. Commissioner Scar?
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you, Chair. I thought I did hear in that charge the industrial and commercial, which might be part of what is having people feel stressed out, as it does not, while it says housing, it then goes on to discuss all aspects, it seems, of the different goals and across the land use system, which could definitely give a feeling that it is open for those unincorporated communities to really grow significantly, because there is this opportunity for growth. So I can understand perhaps where people are concerned and where the charge runs a little bit counter maybe to what was described for us this morning as well, of just housing. So maybe there's some clarification that can be done there.
Could I actually try this? Because I noticed the same thing, and I think I've heard some of that same concern. But as I look at the charge, there's two things that strike me as being really important in what that piece of this work entails. I don't think it's a standalone piece about commercial and light industrial. It uses the word appropriate, right? And so I really like this pathway that that we are providing a resource or a framework for communities that want to do this, rather than requiring communities to follow this pathway that we're laying out. So this is a resource that we're providing to folks that want to do that. There's opportunity for local input when this happens. And to me, the key is, I don't think we also look at, can we develop complete neighborhoods or complete communities? And so if we develop only housing without other areas to, as the charge says, support those other uses to support that, then we have areas that, if I need to access some commercial or light industrial and my housing is not near those things, then I would need to go to those things, right? So my sense is that's what that charge has meant for us as we continue to integrate the work that we do in how we're creating communities across the state. So it leaves that door open, and again, that door open for the local community to understand and dictate what is appropriate through the charge. Director and Mr. Jennings, did I get that right?
Yes, Chair, thank you for that. And thank you, Commissioner, also for shining the spotlight on that. I think I need to modify my words to say the purpose here is for the purposes of housing, but healthy housing might come with jobs and services and all the pieces that require a complete community. So I will back myself up just a little bit so that we can accommodate that wording as well. Thank you.
If I may just real quick, Director and Chair Lazo. John, and we do have commissioners' hands up. So John, thank you for being here. But I think, Chair Lazo and Director just have absolutely hit on it. Those are supportive uses. So if additional housing are in these communities, the thought is to be able to walk to get a cup of milk, not to have to drive outside the community. So these are supportive services, not the driver. There's also another, you have pointed, Commissioner Warren, rightly, to the need for some frequently asked questions, what it is and what it is, and some more, proactive messaging around what the intent is here. Folks are, understandably concerned, but it's, I think the land use program is still intact. These are rural unincorporated communities. They're not meant to be cities. And as Ethan has, our housing manager has counseled us, the allocation of need of housing for the state stays within cities. So these are extra opportunities on top of the responsibilities for cities to provide adequate housing need in Oregon. Ethan would say it right, but there is sort of in the ONA numbers, there's housing units that are sort of allocated that might come from counties, but there's no responsibility to provide those that are solely with cities. So we'll continue to put that information out. Sorry to take so long, but Chair, you have commissioners with their hand up. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that Deputy Director Green kind of just said what I was thinking I was going to add to that. Is I agree with your assessment of the language and in the charge there. And yeah, it's supporting services. And we probably want to include something about supporting services. But after we talk about the charge, I would love to ask another question about the RAC and some concerns that I've heard, but I'll let us finish this part first.
Oh, okay. Why don't we take Commissioner Falconer and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Falconer.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm also noticing at the very top of the charge, it indicates that the rulemaking sort of seems to me prefaced by a couple of conditions that these areas already have urban form, either are urbanized unincorporated or appropriate. Again, that word appropriate is used. And so am I incorrect in the way that I'm reading them to suggest that, this actually isn't really rulemaking about rural unincorporated areas? Because that's throughout, I'm reading language that to me suggests it's really about those areas that already have some urban form. And then I may have some follow-up as we get into the rulemaking, when we start to address this, some of the questions I have relate to maybe that very last bullet that talks about incorporation as an option, because I know in the metro area in particular, in Washington County and Clackamas County, there's some pretty they're very urban areas that are within unincorporated, and there is no trigger for requiring incorporation, which I think can cause some significant issues for counties in particular providing services to those areas.
Yeah, John.
Thanks, Commissioner. John, any response? Is Commissioner Falconer's understanding correct about the charge?
So thank you, Chair Lazo. I think I heard my name. I hope I'm not overstepping in front of anybody. Absolutely yes. The answer is absolutely yes. Now the term rural is used, but only in the context of this planning program to mean land outside of urban growth boundaries, right? So these areas, these previously designated unincorporated communities that have boundaries established through an official county process are eligible for a variety of things based on current rules. And this particular rulemaking project focuses only on those areas. So that's exactly right. And I also agree with what I've heard from Commissioner Porter and others with regards to commercial and industrial activities. Those would only be to the extent that they're looked at. And I don't know that we're really going to have to get into those too deeply, because there's already probably mostly sufficient opportunities provided right now. But it really is to try just to make sure that there's a balance, just to say, we don't want people having to live somewhere and drive to their employment or vice versa, right? We don't want people having to leave the urban areas and drive to work out unnecessarily out to another place. So it really is only about supporting those particular communities and helping them be successful.
Thank you, John. Commissioner Condor, is your question about the charge or the RAC? Or comment or question?
I don't know which it applies to. It's a general question. Just
general.
So we're talking about urban rural reserve, right? Like Is that what we're talking about?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Condor, we're talking about, yes. I mean, so it's a little nuanced, right? So really, when we say urban in this vernacular, we're really talking about lands within urban growth boundaries, and these lands are not. However, they've been identified. They have characteristics that make them very similar, look similar in appearance and function and form to small towns or small communities, and therefore they've been acknowledged as being able to have a higher level of development than would otherwise be available on lands outside of urban growth boundaries. And it's confined. They have boundaries. So it's not a district. It's not a landscape type analysis. It's really focused on these areas that have existing acknowledged boundaries.
Right. So there's urban growth boundary, and then outside of urban growth boundary, you have rural reserve and you have urban rural reserve, right? And what we're talking about is the land that's that's been designated as urban rural reserve. Is that correct?
Well, I have to confess. Thank you, Chair Lazo, Commissioner Condor. So those terms are specific and they don't apply everywhere. So I'm afraid I'm probably not. And again, it's nuanced, so I'm probably not able to answer exactly because I'm not familiar with how that works in region. But I think again the point is that these are lands that are currently identified as being able to accommodate and plan and zone for what amounts to pretty close to urban levels of development. What we would see is similar to what we would see in an urban growth boundary. It's not something that we would expect to see in a rural reserve, so to speak, or rural residential area. These are really areas that currently have the form and function and appearance of small towns or cities. They just don't have a municipal government.
Yeah, I think why I ask is, I'm a resident of Helvetia. I'm pretty aware of a lot of kind of the nuances to this, things that are going on in North Plains, people are paying attention to. A lot of the urban rural reserve in the past that was brought into the urban growth boundary has a lot of data centers in Hillsborough. So I do think like us getting very finite about the definition of what this land includes and precludes so people really know the impacts is going to be really important for setting rulemaking. So I don't know if that's where that falls in my question, but it's a comment that I do think that we have to be specific of what land is this exactly impacting and what we're saying. But I appreciate that.
Thanks, Commissioner, and thanks, John. And Deputy Director, I think, has some insight to provide.
Thank you, Chair Lazo and Commissioner Condor, and John for fielding this. There are too many urban and rural words here, all mixing up upon each other. And John's right that the urban and rural reserves, Commissioner Condor, in the Portland metro area are unique to that urban growth boundary situation, the 50-year look that metro regional government did, unique in the state. Other communities do have urban reserves, but that is not. We'll clarify. I think you raise a really great point here that we need to clarify that those are distinct from this rulemaking where John has said there's, dozens of communities around the state that have gone through the local process to be designated as an urban unincorporated community under Division 22. And there are actually 4 types of unincorporated communities under Division 24, if I'm not mistaken. John, if you can name a few of them off the top of your head here in a moment. In the charge, the commission actually, you might recall, you discussed this in April of whether or not you wanted to limit it to only urban unincorporated communities, and the commission decided to continue to allow the portion of the charge that says and others where appropriate. So we are currently so in that first bullet it says provide a voluntary option whereby counties may increase housing opportunities within existing urban unincorporated communities and other unincorporated communities, meaning under Division 22, with appropriate characteristics, population, urban form, availability of public facilities, as Director mentioned, community support, et cetera. So the scope of the rulemaking is now all 4 types, but it is distinct from that urban and rural reserves process under kind of the urban growth boundary expansion rubric. John, could you name all 4 as pop quiz?
I think I can. I hope I should be able to. So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So Director Green is, or Deputy Director Green is exactly right. There's 4 types. There are what is called resort communities, which would be Black Butte Ranch in Deschutes County, perhaps. There are what we actually call rural communities. That would be Boring, Oregon. That's Chemolt, Oregon. That's places like that. Williams, Oregon, probably. Many of the folks that may have weighed in are probably residents of what we would call rural communities. There's rural service centers, which are really characterized by they may have some residential activity, but they're probably more a commercial or industrial type thing. There's one right down I-5 from where you're sitting right now at the Turner interchange south of Salem, which has a gas station and a drive-through coffee kiosk, and that's about it. And then there's what we actually refer to as urban unincorporated communities. So that would be Brooks, which is a little bit north of you. That would be White City, Pacific City, Government Camp. That's what Lapine was before it incorporated. And those are areas that are characterized by a combination of land uses. They have at least 150 residences, not residents, but residences. And really do look like these are kind of the bigger ones, right? These really do look like small or even in some cases medium-sized cities. So that's a 4, right? Recreation, rural community, which looks like that's Terrebonne, Oregon, Boring, Oregon. They look like a town. Mixture of land uses. The rural service centers really are about commercial and industrial, and then the urban unincorporated communities they're kind of like a grown-up rural community. They have the same features, or just more of them.
Great, thank you, John. And I'm actually looking at this beautiful slide that you had prepared in April that had a little sun in the middle, and then those 4 uses around it. So, my sense is that we are covering ground that we covered in April to create the charge. My sense is the charge is appropriately worded at this point, and that, as Director Bateman so accurately stated, we ought to let the RAC do its work after its first meeting and understand where this thing is headed. Now that we have covered what we have asked that RAC to do, and so we will wait for this to come back and have our questions ready and loaded for that. Actually, I'm sorry. I wanted to go back to Commissioner Porter because you did have a specific question about the RAC, and I actually let's hear that, Commissioner Porter, and then we'll move on because I think we're making Brandy nervous.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, I remember last spring when we were discussing this rulemaking and the 4 categories that we were going to pull into it. And I know we had kind of a robust discussion as to whether we should include all 4 or just 1 or 2. And I have, since the ultimate vote on that was to include all 4, I have since heard from members of the ag community with their concern about, the potential, encroachment onto working lands with housing and the potential for, having some issues between, the ag community and whatever county commissioners happen to be presiding over the county that might want to embark in some of this. And specifically, I've heard concerns about how many members of the ag community and in particular farmers or ranchers that might be on the RAC, and they say that they've heard that there's only 1, and I haven't looked at the makeup of the RAC, and I apologize. I probably should have done that before the meeting, but I think Commissioner Bennett is the liaison to that RAC, if I remember correctly. Is that, he's nodding? Okay, great. Do you, and you're a rancher yourself, so do you feel, how do you feel about the makeup of the RAC on there in regards to representing the ag community?
Chair. Commissioner Porter, as a large rancher, I'm always watching for encroachment on lands, and I've never been really silent on that part. I have felt that it seems to be really well balanced. Obviously, I'm trying to desperately, John, think, was there a Farm Bureau or a cattleman's member? I can't recall exactly, and I didn't bring the list. So, I think as any of us as commissioners, when we serve on a RAC, we always encourage people to reach out to us so that we can make sure, while I'm not going to carry their message, but I can make sure that the right opportunity comes along so they can get their message through the RAC, because obviously we don't want a RAC to appear to be commission driven in the sense by the commissioner or representative. So what, if another farmer, cattleman has a question, I would point them out and send them to John and Palmer and make sure that that voice is there. But it seems to be a well-balanced RAC, as the director pointed out, and the chair. We've only had one meeting, and it was pretty much just, here's what we're going to kind of do, and everybody went around and said, here's who we are. I think one of the real the important points is that ultimately it always goes back to local government and to the folks on the ground where decisions are made. This is just a tool for both the state to have an assessment and for the local government to make their decision where they want to. So there's plenty of opportunity at that local level to really bring out, it's not okay, here's what LCDC wants you to do I always use the Christmas Valley because I drive through there going here and there. And it's more, here's going to be a tool that you can use, or you can continue the way it is right now. And, I personally don't see that there's going to be some great build out, but I suppose that would be to the people in Lake County for Christmas Valley if they're going to. And but I do think that right now that the ag voice is heard, the development voice is strong. There's members of the conservation community on there in trying to look at the lots of comments. It seems like they're represented in some form on that RAC at this juncture. I hope that answered you, but feel free to always give me a call and we can talk about it in more detail.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Bennett. And yeah, if I can just kind of raise the awareness a little bit, I mean, the development on the eastern side, like around Christmas Valley, is a little bit different than on, the western side, and, different pressures. And sometimes there's pressures between the farmers and the county commissioners. If the county commissioners really would like to see development, and the farmers get, kind of protective of the ag land around there. And so, just, and Commissioner Bennett, I'll probably give you a call later, but yeah, just please be aware that we're starting to hear some concern, just to make sure that the ag community is well represented on the RAC. So I'll circle back with you though. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. John, you came off mute. Is there anything that you were going to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I was just going to help Commissioner Bennett with the folks. We do have, we believe, two individuals represent one way or the other ag community. I won't name them to protect the innocent. But one is a individual that was recommended to us by the Oregon Farm Bureau, who has a presence in Eastern Oregon, Central and Eastern Oregon, and the other is a member of a soil and water conservation district staff who really, I tell you what, those guys know the ground in a mid-Willamette Valley County. So we feel relatively comfortable that space is covered.
Thank you, John. And we have names. The list of RAC members is there. And I think, as always, with any RAC and any of the work we do, that the the concept here is there are many interests that we are trying to balance, and the RAC is there to bring all those perspectives forward and to help that rulemaking be informed about that and then come to us. So with that, I would love to move on because we're quite behind. That's what I say. I so appreciate this conversation, and it's vitally important, and it's going to come back to us at some point. At roughly speaking, what point do you think, Director Bateman?
Early November. Thank you. Early November, the language will be out for discussion and for further review. And Chair, if I could, I think we can take that down. I would just wanted to note how our RACs work if folks are, anxious because of the names that were on the screen just now to say, oh, well, I counted 5 of this category and 4 of that category. We're not taking votes. This is not, so you don't need to worry about exact numbers. This is making sure that we've heard the perspective. And if somebody has, a valid reason for a concern, that's something that we want to know and that we want to hear, and it gets accommodated or acknowledged and built into the process. So you don't need to worry about exact numbers. I know that's something that folks are always interested in counting, but that's actually not how our RACs work. And at the end of the day, they are then advisory to you, and you still hold the final decision on what the rules look like.
Best director's report ever.
Thank you.
And we could sit here and talk about process all day.
I was going to
We'll
say,
continue with our work.
I just wanted to wrap up the report by recommending to you a couple other paragraphs in there, and note that we have guidance out, model codes, and additional technical resources in the areas of Goal 5 cultural areas rule, which you've already adopted, and now we're into implementation. So those materials have been developed and are available to our partners. We also have model code and guidance under our childcare work, and there are model codes available through our mass timber work as well. So please take a read. If any of those strike your interest, there are now materials available for you to use. And with that, Chair, I'm done with the director's report.
Are we not hearing from Brandy today?
It's commission business.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Well, thank you for that. And like I said, that was a really robust director's report and a robust conversation about the RAC. So let's move on then to the commission business. All right, and that's actually you
Yes.
again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're now on agenda item number 7, commission business. As Brandy comes forward to give you your budget and managed subcommittee update, I'll just note a couple of pieces in the report for your review. We've got a meeting calendar there. Please do take note of the dates that we've suggested here. Let us know if there are any fatal flaws, or if you can't make any of those dates, but that's what we're planning for at this point. Your next meeting coming up is at the end of October. We'll be somewhere on the North Coast, not completely certain yet of the exact location, but please plan to be on the North Coast with us in October and in Eugene in early December. Let's see. And while Brandy's getting situated, I'll also remind you all, I should have done this earlier, that today and during this agenda item, we'll need to take up the discussion of election of a vice chair. Chair's been flying without a net. So we'll walk through that process, and Chair, if you want to facilitate that, you're more than welcome, or I can read us down through those bullets. But we'll do a little bit of a nominating procedure, statements, and vote here in a few minutes. Brandy.
Right. Good morning, Chair Lazo, commissioners. For the record, Brandy Nichols, Chief Financial Officer here at DLCD. So the full report from the Budget and Management Committee is in your commission packet materials, and I will share that the BAM subcommittee met earlier this week on Tuesday, August 25th, to review DLCD's budget status for the current biennium. The report that's in your materials and the report that we discussed covers the first year of this current biennium, so July 2025 through June 30th of 2026. And I am glad to report that department expenditures occurred as we expected. No big surprises, and that's what we like. So first, I have a couple of highlights from the department's general fund budget. One note of good news, the assessed vacancy factor budget reduction that I have described in previous reports has now been addressed. So enough position vacancy savings from positions that we deliberately held long-term vacant and other staff turnover
again, enough position vacancy savings there has been realized to achieve this reduction amount. So with funding now available to fill positions, of course, the department has been working to get those positions filled, the ones that we've held as long-term vacancies. Another kind of silver lining that came out of this opportunity, this vacancy period opportunity, our management team was able to use this time to actually take a step back and look at position duties and workload operation needs across the department. And as those positions were vacant before we went to repost them, we were able to make some modest modifications to position duties on some of those so that when we go to repost and refill, we've actually better set ourselves up with staff resources to meet business needs, operation needs across the department. So it was tough to hold those positions vacant, for the time that we had, but a good thing that came out of it is that we were able to do that analysis and that relooking and kind of set ourselves better for success. So turning to away from personal services, working on the rest of our budget, services and supplies, our department managers continue to enact, implement, and refine their spending plans as we head into the second year of the biennium. We've also been able to, sorry, I lost track of my notes. Another kind of opportunity we found for ourselves in our services and supplies budget, leadership had found some new needs had arisen in areas of IT equipment, IT needs, and rulemaking efforts. The housing and unincorporated areas rulemaking initiative that we just talked about, some new funding needs had come up around those areas. And so we've been able to reallocate and reprioritize or redistribute some funding from other line items into those, to be able to meet those needs. You can also see from the report, the slide up on the screen, we now have a modest contingency amount in place as we head into the second year of the biennium. During the first year, we really didn't have that amount specifically identified. So it's nice to be able to see that we have that now. And we know that's our cushion to pull from if other unexpected needs come up as we go through this coming year. So turning from general fund, I do also have a couple of highlights to share around the department's federal funding. Director Bateman spoke this morning about the new FEMA hazard mitigation grant program award that the department just received. So that new award joins the two other in place FEMA hazard mitigation grant project awards that our National Hazards Mitigation Plan program has currently been working on. And so working with that, with available funding, both from those federal project awards, just the new one and the in progress that we're allowed to finish, and the state general fund that we have in our budget for that program, the department has now been able to right size staffing in the natural hazard mitigation program between permanent positions and limited duration project appointments that we can bring on to do this federal project work. This was a struggle that we had reported on and talked about in previous reports, getting that balance struck. And it's nice to see that we've been able to do that here. Our other big federal funding program, NOAA, our NOAA Coastal Zone Management Award for the second year of the biennium, has remained level with the funding amount from the previous fiscal year, but that's as we expected. This award is working its final way through department leadership and legal review, getting ready for acceptance. We expect this award to be in place early September, which, my goodness, is I think next week. So we're almost there, and I can't believe it's already September. Another kind of nice note about this award, it does include a provision for retroactive reimbursement of costs incurred since July 1st, because the official fiscal year period started July 1st of 2026. We don't have the award in place until September. We will be allowed to retroactively reimburse for those costs during those couple of months. And another kind of note of good news, I'm happy to report, with available funding in our with our NOAA Coastal Zone Management Program funding, with available funding we have from ongoing special projects and kind of a rebalance between personnel and supplies and services categories in that federal program budget. The funding for this current biennium is at a level that will sustain the program costs for the whole biennium. So we're looking good in the NOAA fund as well. And let's see, finally, turning to our DLCD grant programs. Did that switch? That did. Okay. So our general fund grant programs and the Community Green Infrastructure Program have all announced their funding awards for this biennium. And as you can see from the slide, most of our budget there is now committed to grants and contracts. We do have a modest contingency amount remaining across the grant programs, and that's a normal thing to see at this point in the biennium in case a recipient comes to us with a new need or a change to their project. We like to have some funding available to be able to support those surprises. For planning and housing technical assistance awards, department staff are preparing to receive our first round of interim project progress reports. And with those progress reports will come an interim disbursement request. So our cities and counties have been given a progress report template that they'll fill out and turn in to let us know how they're doing on the project. And then along with that report, they can ask for a first disbursement round from their grant. And September 1st is the due date for those reports. We expect the payment request to accompany the reports. And so just technically process-wise, that's what's happening. And in terms of the numbers, when we come back together in December and look at this table again, that expended to date column for those grant program lines will reflect those interim disbursements that have gone out. Let's see. Oh,
Can I ask a question about
absolutely.
the contingencies in the grants? So I'm assuming that there's a plan for if no surprises come up, then that can there be awards made later that then use up that contingency before the end of the biennium?
You know, that is an excellent question. Process-wise, there's no reason that that couldn't happen. I don't have those details from the program specifically in front of me, but that yes, that could certainly happen.
So it wouldn't necessarily have to be spent, but just encumbered, I would assume.
No, the way that sorry, that was very informal of me, Chair Lazo. Actually, the way that these funding buckets work, this is state general fund, so it's appropriated for us for the biennium, and it actually does need to be spent by June 30th of 2027.
Thank you.
Let's see, one note about the housing accountability and production line. This program actually plans to maintain a funding balance in their special dedicated account that's reflected here on the chart. The purpose of kind of maintaining this balance is to leave funding available for voluntary compliance project awards that might come up over the next year or so. And also kind of thinking ahead to the new biennium, this leaves a seed account to run a HAPO technical assistance project award cycle at the start of the next biennium, because currently the 2027-29 budget does not specifically include a new deposit of funding into this HAPO fund. And then finally, I'll touch on our federal fund grant programs. These NOAA habitat protection and restoration projects that are listed here, these are multi-year projects that usually run for about 3 years. And so for the Chinook-Ona-Illahee project, timeline on that, DLCD is working with the Confederated Tribes of Celeste Indians to have that property acquisition transaction occur sometime in the winter of 2026. So we're working toward having that happen. And then the Sitka Sedge Tidal Wetland Restoration Project, that's a big outdoor nature construction type project that's going on at this wetland area. And so we will see disbursements pay out over the life of this 3-year project. And those are my updates I had to share with you today. I'll just wrap up and say that we will come back together again in December for another budget update around our current biennium budget. And if there's time, I would be happy to take any questions if there are questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Randy about the financials? Great, thanks. I have a quick question. I appreciate you that you brought us some great financial news this morning, so appreciate that.
Yes, we like that. We like good news.
Yeah.
We like steady and not too volatile.
I do see Commissioner Condor came in with a question, though. Commissioner Condor.
Oh, yes. I was just curious if you could go back one slide. So it looks like you're, really on track to expend all this money, but but not very much has been expended to date, and you're halfway through. I understand it's probably a lot in the beginning just to get it connected to the different, users of the funds. But what happens if you don't get all of it expended, and how are you kind of like checks and balancing to make sure that they're on target to expend these funds? So for example, the housing planning technical assistance, is this like given out to each jurisdiction to facilitate their housing needs assessment or something like that?
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Condor, great question. Thank you. Focusing in on the housing planning technical assistance line as an example, these funding awards are given, and the projects that the cities and counties are working on with this funding. The projects are scheduled to last for the duration of this biennium. And these grant awards are specifically set up with 2 checkpoints for the cities and counties to turn in a progress report, let us know how they're doing, talk about the work that's being done. And when those progress reports are turned in, that's when they're allowed to request disbursement. So we're going to see a big outflow of money during the month of September. And that'll be about half. And then in near the end of the biennium. I think we try to do it about April, May, so that it's not a big rush as we're closing the books. But between April, May, and the end of the biennium, we'll see a big outflow that closes out and pays out the rest of the amount of the awards. And then if you look at in the other funds section, the Housing Accountability and Production Grant Program and the Community Green Infrastructure Projects Program, that funding, it originated as state general fund, but the way that it was legislatively provided to us, it was given to us where we get to deposit it into those 2 special dedicated accounts, which means we carry it as other funds and it's not subject to the general fund reversion that we would see at the end of the biennium.
Great. Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Commissioner. Director?
Yes, Commissioners, just a couple extra notes around that. Commissioner Condor was correct that it does take a while to get a program up and running. Several of these are new programs and things that we have to set up at the beginning of a biennium, so it takes a little bit of time to get into it. And then once we are, we're off and running. I just wanted to note that we do have frequent check-ins, as Brandy noted, and particularly around that, I'm particularly pleased at how Brandy has established and structured her staff to really shepherd each of the program areas and meet with them on a frequent basis to check in and make sure we all understand what the plan is. And I would say state agencies are not necessarily great at bringing their managers along in terms of budget literacy and, having them actually manage their budget instead of just getting information. And Brandy and her staff have done a great job of making sure our managers are very much participatory in their own budgets and, understanding the trends and able to work with the dashboards they have, the information they have, and respond accordingly. I did want to note that we have some dollars here under the HAPO and the housing assistance. And so we've got a team that will actually be going to League of Oregon Cities Fall Conference and setting up some office hours in the corner and making sure folks understand how to access those dollars and maybe work with them to see where their greatest needs are and make sure the dollars are pointed, to the best use possible. But we're very excited about that partnership that the league has provided that time and space for us and asked us to come partner so that we can be an even better resource to their members. So that's something new that's coming up this year that we're excited about.
Thank you, Director.
Yeah, it seems like there's never a shortage of needs out there that funding can help meet. So that's great that exists. All right. My question for you, Brandy, and this is actually about the new budget, the new fiscal year budget, the ARB that's been submitted. I heard from a different source. I'm just wondering if you've heard this also, that the budget, and I don't remember actually the first part of this is, can you remind us what the requested cuts were for the ARB that you all had to submit? Was there an across the board cut that you had to submit? And then my second part of that is, I heard that the budget, the biennium projection is not as bad as they thought it was going to be. And so is that something you've heard, and will that impact how the budgets will be looked at when the governor's requested budget, or when the governor's budget comes out?
I could start with the cuts if you like. So in every biennial budget that agencies submit, there's an exercise that we all undertake every time. And that is to show what increments of reductions might be should we be directed to reduce our budget by 2%, 5%, I think sometimes up to 10%, and to show what those chunks would look like. We have submitted along with those our philosophy in reductions that we use every time, which is, and we've talked about this before, the institutional knowledge that's here with our professional staff, with our staff across the board is incredible and is just as much a resource and a technical assistance to our partners as dollars are. So that is something that we strive to protect every time. Within our budget reduction and proposals, we've talked about the cash on hand that we have, and that's mostly our grants, some supplies and services. Sometimes it's training and professional development, skinny that up a little bit. But we have, of course, as our last resort to actually reduce by positions and certainly not filled positions. So we as an agency usually use a technique of waiting to see sort of if there are vacancies and if opportunities have arisen, that we have some flexibility. Other agencies, particularly larger ones that have much deeper cuts, oftentimes have to name a specific program or name specific positions. And that doesn't feel good, right? Because we don't even know if that's going to be true or not come to reality for another year or so. So ours are more like, here's the way we would go about it. But we don't have named positions or named programs on the table. That's not part of our portfolio at this point. And there was a second part to that question as well.
I think was there a recent update on the financial picture for the coming biennium?
Certainly. Chair Lazo, there was the state revenue forecast, September state revenue forecast was just released yesterday. And you're right. It's not miles better, but it's not worse than the previous forecast either. So in general terms, it's a little early to start speculating or trying to predict what would happen with the governor's recommended budget. It's the next forecast, the December state revenue forecast that the governor's office uses to balance the governor's recommended budget statewide. So we'll really need to see what happens over the next 3 months as we head into December. If things turn out not as bad as we thought, that could open the door for some new funding opportunities for agencies across the state. But what we also have to keep in mind is in terms of procedurally statewide budget development, agencies have just finished at the end of August, and agencies have just finished getting their current service level budgets and their agency request budgets turned in. So the governor's office now has the known set of what costs would look like for the new biennium, and costs always increase more than we think they will. So it's really too early to say how balanced things will look and what sort of flexibility or funding may or may not be available from that December revenue forecast.
Thank you. We'll stay tuned then. So December. Great.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The balance of this report is mostly informational, so I would suggest that we use the rest of our time on this agenda item for election of Commission Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yes, let's proceed as such. Let me roll back to where that was. All right, so we'll move on to election of the Vice Chair. This is a little bit different because typically I think we would do the election of the chair and the vice chair on periodically on the same kind of schedule. There was a vacancy for the vice chair that became available, and so we are doing it at this meeting. So again, the director's report, or I'm sorry, the commission business report was part of the packet that folks received prior to the meeting. We're made aware that we were going to accept nominations for vice chair at this meeting, and so the process is such: we will ask or call for nominations for vice chair. Candidates can self-nominate if they wish, or they can nominate other folks. I will invite each candidate that has been nominated to make a short 2-minute statement. Commissioners may want to come to the, if you're interested, hopefully if you're interested in the vice chair, you may have already prepared a short statement. I might offer the opportunity for other commissioners to make comments about those candidates if they wish. We will not accept outside public comment about this item at this time, though. At that point, we're going to ask for a motion along the lines again that the commissioner will move that the LCDC vote to select its vice chair for a term to begin effective immediately. We'll need a second for that motion, and then we will have the commission assistant call the roll for the voice vote, and we're not going to vote on each person. We'll just ask each commissioner to vote for one of the candidates on the ballot. So not the traditional yay or nay voting. So we do have a quorum present for this vote, so we can proceed with that. And then the successful candidate will be the individual that receives the most named votes during that roll call. Right. Any questions about process? All right. So at this point, I am going to open the floor to nominations for vice chair. Are there any anybody want to nominate somebody for vice chair? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to nominate Commissioner Bennett for vice chair, if you will accept that nomination. It's in several people's opinion, including mine, I think it's important to make sure that some of the rural area of the state is in a position of leadership position as well. So I'd like to nominate Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Porter has nominated Commissioner Bennett. Other nominations for a vice chair position? I would also support the nominating Commissioner Bennett for vice chair, and am also doing so with his permission. All right. Nominations for vice chair going once, going twice. Okay, we will close nominations for vice chair. The nominations include Commissioner Bennett, and so we will offer the opportunity for Commissioner Bennett to make a 2-minute statement, if you wish.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. As Commissioner Starr would know, that you never give a microphone to an elected official, especially a county commissioner, even though I'm retired, because we never shut up. But the bottom line is thank you. And just quickly, as Commissioner Porter pointed out, for those of you that don't know me, my wife and I ranch along with in Eastern Oregon and a number of counties, and we also are timber operators. Quickly, I have served as the state's co-chair for the sage grouse. As the county commissioner co-chair, I served on the wolf committee for the state, and I served from 2019 till I came on this as the chair of the Governor's Wildfire Council, which then became the legislature's State Wildfire Council. And additionally, I had served for 21 years. Well, actually before that, in the middle, I served for 3 terms as a Baker County commissioner. And prior to that, I'd been 21 years as a school board member and chair most of that time. So I've been in a number of different, from local government to state government. And I think this is one of the most exciting groups that I've been part of, and I appreciate the opportunity of working with the commission and the staff, and I think it's a great team. I know I'm using up my 2 minutes, but I really don't have much else to say, but as I was sitting here, I was just thinking the evolution of this department under Director Bateman, because having worked with the department while a planning director, the finance was just really sometimes really teeth grating, because we would be getting grants. We kind of got grants. We didn't know if we were getting grants. The funding was there. The funding, our fiscal people at the county would be on my case. And it was so refreshing to hear your work and under your leadership. If you don't have a great coach, the team sometimes isn't so great. And, you know, just how you've built this. I was looking at the organizational chart, and I know I'm out of time, but it's just really impressive, the transition, and I would like to be a part of it. And so thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. So are there other commissioners that want to offer comments about the nomination of Commissioner Bennett for vice chair? Great. I will say I'm delighted to have the opportunity to work with Commissioner Bennett as the vice chair and to have him in that position. I think the experience that you bring, the perspectives that you bring are just vitally vital to the commission overall. So, and again, I appreciate the willingness for you to step up into this role. Any other comments? Okay, great. If not, then I'd entertain a motion for to move into the election of our commission vice chair for a term to begin effective immediately.
So moved.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Commissioner Porter seconded.
That's Commissioner Porter. All right. Commissioner Porter seconds. Denise, will you call the roll? And again, we'll ask each commissioner to voice vote a nominated candidate's name.
Commissioner Bennett,
Admit this is kind of an awkward thing. Commissioner Bennett.
Commissioner Falconer,
Commissioner Bennett.
Commissioner Condor,
Commissioner Bennett.
Commissioner Porter,
Commissioner Bennett.
Commissioner Scar,
Commissioner Bennett.
Commissioner Warren,
Commissioner Bennett.
Chair Lazo.
With great enthusiasm, Commissioner Bennett. All right. So the motion carries. Commissioner Bennett, congratulations. Here you go. All right. We have good luck with that. We have a few minutes left in commission business. I do want to offer the opportunity to kind of go around to commissioners. I think this is the time when we also do commissioner updates. And in particular, if you don't have updates from your region, I think that's okay. But also wanted to offer folks the opportunity to offer any reflections about our time in Newburgh yesterday on the tour and what we heard from folks both in the morning at our tour of the Hive. I'm forgetting what that acronym was. Housing Innovation. What was the V? Wow. Okay. But the housing, the innovative housing development hub. Yeah. All of a sudden it's like, oh, what was that V? And then also the village. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the conversation we had related to industrial site readiness with folks. So just wanted to open that up for folks. Commissioner Stewart, or Commissioner Warren, anything you had?
We're just talking about our experience yesterday or both things?
Both things.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be.
Sure. I really appreciated the time in Newburgh yesterday and having all of the electeds and others, local leaders involved in the conversation. I thought it was a rich conversation. Per usual, we heard kind of the same concerns about the Newburgh's needs for infrastructure, for land readiness, so on and so forth. Just always good to hear kind of the common themes. And we can continue to make progress towards achieving some of those goals, I think, for our local communities or with them. As far as from my region, Southern Willamette Valley, the City of Eugene is working with an applicant on trying to determine whether or not a data center does fit into its existing uses. So that's an interesting conversation that's happening down there right now. They're also working through the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis work. It's been fun to track that. They are beginning their first adoption cycle. Well, they have their first adoption cycle happening right now, and they have three more adoption cycles happening after that, just one stacked on top of another. And I say that just to flag how much work we are requiring our local jurisdictions to do right now. Almost 90%, I would guess, of that work is all state mandated. Hardly any of it is locally driven at this point in time. That's what I got.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Scar, anything from you?
I'm just reflecting on the Hive visit yesterday. That was really interesting and really exciting. You know, I think as communities, we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself, I don't necessarily know what's happening elsewhere around the state with the housing innovation. I know Tillamook County and I know what we're doing and we're excited, but it was really fun to get out and see just the amount of brand new concepts that are being tested through that Hive project with different types of building, putting all of the new regulations to work to see how they work. And I really appreciate the Middle Housing Fund's willingness to take those risks and to just see what we can do, because I feel like without somebody being willing to step forward and say, this sounds possible, I'm going to try. We won't find that magic, right? And I feel like it's projects like theirs that may very well uncover the magic that we will all be able to use. So I just appreciate their willingness to take the risk with that. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks. Commissioner Bennett, anything from you?
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo my fellow commissioners' observations there. And also, I was thinking, as I was listening to some of the challenges put forth by Newburgh, that it was kind of exciting because Palmer's work of coordinating with interagencies, because we had a sidebar discussion with a couple of us, and that getting like addressing the wetlands issue, addressing some of these other issues where state agencies come into play but don't have the same timelines as the city of Newburgh or Yamhill County, and that working with those and getting it so that they can tell a developer it's going to be a finite amount of time. I'm not going to get caught into how much, but right now, when the state agencies are not limited with goalposts, but yet the city has 120 days, for those of you that aren't used to city planning, the county 150 days to get a decision out. But then when the state agencies has till the end of time, I guess, it really is hard to get a developer to give them that security. And as far as my region, as you well know, over 2 million acres have burned. Coupled with that, it's been a phenomenal drought. The cattle industry, which is one of the leads in my region, they're suffering from that. And then with the federal government decision to release approximately 3 million metric pounds of beef into the food supply system. While I certainly appreciate everyone getting cheaper hamburger, it's causing a further impact on an already stretched industry in Eastern and Central Oregon. And so in 1 week, hay went up about almost $100 a ton, which, if you don't know anything, my wife and I purchase about 1,000 ton of hay. So that's kind of a big shock that all of a sudden, and it just, there wasn't any limiting factors. And also in talking to several large feedlot owners or cattle feeding operations, they're going to lose with the importing, they'll lose about $330 a head. And most of these operations have over 10,000 head of cattle. So you can kind of do the math. And so this is going to be, and I'm not trying to say that the beef industry is any more impacted. I guess because of my personal relationship, I understand it a little more, but it's across the board that the stressing from agriculture as a whole, because of the immigration efforts, so there was tough to get farm workers. When we talk in Malheur County on the various crops that utilize, and Umatilla County, Morrow County, where they use immigrant labor, and then that impact, then you have the fuel impact, and it becomes really, really a challenge. So it's something that we need to be cognizant of, and it'll survive somehow or another. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Appreciate that. Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Falconer, any thoughts from you? Commissioner Porter.
Sure, Commissioner Porter here. I want to tag on to Commissioner Warren's comment about local staff, and I try to reach out to various interest groups before I come into these meetings, and from the local government's perspective, yeah, people I think are fairly overwhelmed right now trying to get all the other rules that have recently been passed implemented. I've heard a lot of comments now, about the Oregon Homes, that rulemaking that we'll talk about more in October. And some concern with that is items that we've already discussed with the setbacks and et cetera. And then from some of the smaller communities, they've expressed some concern about the streamlined effect may not really be streamlined because of the if they're incompatible or not consistent with their current rules that they've got on the books. Sometimes they're going to be more prescriptive. But that all is going to be saved until October. So that'll be good to see when that comes back. And then from the ag community, I have heard some questions about, what's going on with the farm modernization rack and where that is. And so one of these days, pretty soon, it might be good to get an update on that and where that is. And specifically, they've talked about, maybe getting some teeth in the alternative soils analysis and the replacement dwellings in agritourism. It would be great to get an update on that again here one of these days. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Faulkner or Commissioner Condor, anything? If not, we're great. All right. I think for me, I also just reflect a little bit on our time in Newburgh. I also, like fellow commissioners, really appreciated the work we saw at the Hive, and also I think what I appreciated about the whole day in Newburgh was how frank and candor folks were with us, and also the Hive's folks, that their challenge to the state to both support the innovation, which very often doesn't happen from state sources, and also this challenge to figure out how the state can help them move fast, like the city of Newburgh did. So again, things that probably don't make the state very comfortable, or other jurisdictions, even local jurisdictions, but I thought that was an interesting opportunity for folks to be very frank and candor with us. And I think the other thing that struck me, I used a lot of parallels between the work that we've done and the work that brought me here around housing over the last several years, and whether or not we might see that increased focus, increased emphasis on that around industrial sites and on economic development, not only again from outside sources, but also from the legislature. Right? Will the legislature see that as a priority for this agency to help provide to do, as we did in housing, to do whatever we can to help lift us out of the crisis, the economic crisis that the state is heading to in those kinds of areas. I think also the thing that struck me about folks being very frank and candor with us, and hearing some of the same messages about less regulation, more local control, I'm not sure would have been a good opportunity or a good strategy, but I also want to make sure that we're hearing from those folks, what are the specifics that they're talking about, right? Not just this narrative that we don't want the state to hand down regulations on us, but what specifically is problematic about that? Because then we also turned around and heard somebody who had that same narrative say, what would be helpful actually is a centralized a template or form for that from the state. Okay, so which of those things are helpful and which of them aren't? Not just a narrative that says, please don't send us stuff that isn't controlled locally. So some observations from yesterday. I don't know if I mentioned it last meeting. I also had a conversation even in the Portland metropolitan area where I'm from a legislator whose district is in the urban area about data centers, and so there are certainly concerns across the board in how those kinds of uses are impacting folks. And obviously, if folks are paying attention, there's a huge national conversation happening about data centers, and so we'll see how that continues to percolate into the work we're doing in all different areas. So that's kind of what I had. I appreciate the work that we're all doing. Any other last comments that came up? Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, Chair, thank you for that. I just wanted to respond to your comment about being specific about what they're talking about. And I did hear that yesterday, and the specific was not precluding local regulation. I thought that was made very clear in our conversation with the City of Newburgh staff. And so I just want to make sure that fellow commissioners all caught that too.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think just like we talked about in the HUC work, right, this opportunity for us to provide a pathway or a resource that local governments can use, but leave that option open for them locally is one way we can do that. I think. I also just want to check in. I know that that session was recorded. Any sense for whether or not it turned out in a way that we're sharing?
So yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I did get a copy of that, and we looked at it yesterday when Faye was recording it, and it did seem to be great quality. So I've sent it to the comms to help me get it uploaded in the right place.
So commissioners that were not able to join us yesterday in person, I think we're going to have other opportunities to have listening sessions like that and hear some of these, but every opportunity we get to hear from folks on the ground is a good one. And it was a good, robust conversation with several different perspectives. So I think it's helpful if you get the opportunity.
Two notes, Chair, if I may. One, our technical teams are already talking to each other based on some of the specific recommendations that we got yesterday while we were on the Hive site. And we understand that there was another longer list right behind that they had in their pocket. We are in the middle of getting that and talking amongst our technical teams. And the other thing that I wanted to note was during the listening session itself, we passed out some postcards that have a QR code on them. We'll start to make that available on our website, and hopefully folks will start to see these postcards and this scan opportunity as we're out and about this fall with several of the conferences that we'll be at. It's specifically designed to get information or feedback from folks who have some ideas about how the state can help our local partners with their industrial land readiness. And so that was the crux of the conversation we had yesterday live in the room, but we also now have a QR code with a survey that folks can participate in that same discussion digitally.
Director, and would you also give that short introduction about the genesis of this work from the
Yes, just as a reminder, when we were in your June commission meeting, that was the moment at which the Prosperity Council released its report to the governor in terms of some of their recommendations that will help move the state forward in terms of economic development. The pieces that were related to land use were several and implicated a number of agencies, including Business Oregon, who's the home of the Infrastructure Funding Authority. But for our purposes, most of the language in the final report revolved around industrial land readiness and was short on details, which was good because that gives us an opportunity to conduct some listening sessions, gather more information, and see specifically where our local partners are getting stuck in that stage, and then offer some recommendations to the governor and legislature in time for their 2027 session. We might be able to see the fruits of that labor in these conversations taking root in 2027.
Thank you. So also messaging for your regions, if they want to have an opportunity to have a voice in this work, then those opportunities exist outside of our listening sessions. There's a virtual listening session. Okay, with that, I think we are done with commission business for the moment. So our next agenda item is to take a little break. We're about 10 minutes behind. Could we come back at 10:25? Give ourselves 17 minutes rather than 12. Okay. So we'll come back with agenda item number 8 at 10:25. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning still. Wow, I'm trying to get the day moving along. Welcome back. Up next, we are going to move on to item number 8, rulemaking employment tables, and we will hear from Layla Aman on that. So Layla, could you come forward and introduce your team? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Bennett, and members of the commission. My name is Layla Aman. I am the Community Services Manager for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I'm here with you this morning for agenda item number 8, and my job today is to introduce Lee McElvain, who is our Goal 9 and Economic Development Specialist, and she will be taking you through the Employment Tables Rulemaking, which is Division 38. So with that, I'll hand it over to Lee.
Thank you, Layla. Good morning, Chair Lazo. Congratulations, Vice Chair Bennett. Hello, commissioners. I'm Lee McElvain. I'm the department's Goal 9 specialist. I am going to walk us through the department's proposed amendment to the simplified urban growth boundary method. So the department has proposed amendments to Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660, Division 38, which provides the process for the simplified urban growth boundary or simplified UGB method. This amendment would update the economic data that's contained in the rule related to current employment levels inside UGBs and the Oregon Employment Department, or OED's, 10-year regional growth forecast. And the department refers to these two tables as employment tables. This is a minor and technical rulemaking, so we traditionally do not convene a rulemaking advisory committee for this work. Just to provide a very quick background on the simplified UGB method, especially for our new commissioners, this is an optional simplified process that Oregon cities may use to estimate employment land demand for an urban growth boundary expansion. The simplified UGB method is enabled by statute. It was enacted by the legislature in 2015, and the commission adopted its implementing rules in Division 38 it was enacted in 2013. And the commission adopted its implementing rules in 2015. This process is not regularly used by cities and in fact has never been used to complete an urban growth boundary expansion in Oregon. The structure of this rule requires that the commission regularly adopt updated employment tables to keep the rule current with local employment data and regional growth projections. And the commission adopted the most recent update to this rule in June of 2025. At that time, it updated the rule to 2023 data, which is the most recent provided by the Oregon Employment Department at that time. So the proposed amendment includes two tables. Table 3 displays local employment for the year 2024, and the figures in this table reflect total number of jobs that year inside of each city's urban growth boundary, broken down into commercial and industrial employment sectors. Table 4 displays the projected long-term regional employment growth rates for the period of 2024 to 2034. And this is a 10-year forecast that is developed by the Oregon Employment Department using federal data for each of Oregon's 11 Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act regions, which are federally designated economic regions in the state. A city that was using the simplified UGB method to estimate its employment land need for the future would take its current employment levels. It would also use the forecast that's included in this rule, sort of plug those figures into a calculation and use that to determine what its land need will be for a 14-year planning horizon. That concludes this very short presentation about the department's annual effort to keep this rule updated. I have here a suggested motion to adopt the rule amendment, but there is an alternate motion in your staff report if you'd like to consider that. So thank you for your time. Appreciate any questions you have.
Thank you, Lee. And Layla, any questions for Lee? Sure.
Thank you, Chair Lazo. I realize this is probably not the right place or space for this question, but it occurs to me if no one has used this since 2013, and we're in an environment in which we keep hearing the state has too many rules and too many processes, and we're spending time of staff and everyone to keep this updated, is there a space in which we remove things which are not used? I do realize this was legislatively given to us, so I hear that. I just was a curiosity. Question from the new kid.
Chair Lazo, thank you for the question. Commissioner Scar, I might actually defer to our council.
Because it implements statute that is still active, I guess. I think we need to have our rule in case a community did choose to use it. We do have to annually update the employment tables so that the rule could be used if a community chose to. But yeah, I understand the purpose of the question. It's kind of interesting that we highlight it every year so that this tool is out there and maybe raises it back in the conscious.
Just curious if this is one or one of perhaps many. And then in this environment where we are talking about just regulation and the legislature's trying hard to make sure they're giving tools to cities and counties that work, that when we can share back with them that here's a tool that no one is using, can we remove it from the inventory to reduce confusion for everyone about how you do what you do? I don't know what the process for that would be, but it's just a curiosity again on my part, if as we come across these, if we are keeping track, and might there be a space to speak with the legislature, Anyway, just thank you for letting me entertain the question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Brenda Bateman, again, Director of the Department. It's an excellent question. And that's why we love new commissioners who raise a hand and say, why do you do the things you do? I think it would be worth raising probably to the governor's office again as part of our just regular conversations and portfolio. This tool remains out here. Or would you be open to removal? I imagine that in environment where we want all the tools, as many tools as possible on the table, that I can't predict actually how they would respond, but you're right. Flagging for our partners that this tool has gone unused could be interesting, and could be an interesting example of taking things back out of the portfolio that are not needed.
Thank you. I think for me, I had a very similar question, although mine was sort of the flip side of the question is not necessarily should we remove it, but if nobody's using it, why not? Particularly something called a simplified process related to UGBs. When every single community we go to says the UGB process is too complex. So here's a tool that's actually named the simplified process and nobody's using it. So I don't expect you to answer that, but that might be the other pathway we look at is, if we have something called simplified and that's what people want, why aren't they using it? And should we make a process that actually is useful?
Chair Lazo, if I may respond. What the simplified UGB method actually simplifies is the forecasting and translation to land need that cities need to go through to estimate the rate of urbanization in the future. What this rule does not provide any relief from is an appeals process related to inventorying available lands within urban growth boundaries or location of future urban growth boundary expansion. mitigation. And so one city that we have heard from that considered using this methodology determined that it did not actually provide very much relief from the more complicated portions of UGB amendment.
I see. So yeah, so it only provides kind of data or opportunity in one side of that equation and not the other, and so it doesn't actually simplify it because the cynical view of it would be that that what it does then is it provides a calculation that shows that a UGB expansion is not necessary based on employment need, but there's also the connection to the available land that is part of the equation that this doesn't simplify. Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. This would be a question, I guess, for the director or Mr. Shipsey. Then if it's only a limited portion of the equation, and I'm thinking yesterday about the Newburghs in particular, where they said that they're having trouble with getting more land brought in for industrial purposes. So do we communicate that this isn't being used to the governor's office and the legislature, or is it our partners that would communicate that the piece isn't adequate in order to address the gap, I would say?
Chair, Commissioner, it would probably be some combination. You know, it might be something that we could alert them to, and then they'd probably want to hear more from the partners themselves.
Vice Chair Bennett, my sense is the people that would have used this are getting a similar certainty out of using the sequential UGB process because this kind of locks in those same things that they're getting out of the sequential UGB process. So there just may be that we have a preferable tool at the moment.
Commissioner Condor.
I just put my hand down. I mean, my original question is why aren't people using it? It sounds like it's not, it's really, like you said, one part of the equation, but not helping the process. I don't know, having sit on like a housing needs assessment committee for a city and watching them go through the process, I know different than this, but still kind of impacts urban growth boundary and the expansion. My observation was the math behind it. It may be that this tool doesn't really give them the result typically for making the case for an expansion, because maybe the metrics are narrow and that's why they go with the alternative. So it's a thought, but I don't know. I'm kind of about dense urban environs and not expanding the urban growth boundary unduly. So, my question honestly on this is, with some jurisdictions having a lot of data center expansions, how does this math get expanded? Are they using those types of metrics that is like diluting or actually inflating the need for land with some of these like big land grabs right now? So I'm more interested in the math on this and in the future use. Comment.
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Condor, thank you for the question. You are correct that the methodology embedded in Division 38 results in a more conservative estimate of employment and local economic growth than a city might otherwise select if they were using a full economic opportunities analysis and moving through UGB amendment process in that way. Cities that are interested in and economically benefiting from data center development are able to demonstrate aggressive land need to meet aggressive industry interest in those regions of the state right now. I'm not sure that we could say that it's inflated, but there is definitely a lot of capital in that sector at the moment that is increasing land need over what we've historically seen.
Yeah, so that other part of the equation, that available land piece, interesting. Well, otherwise, though, we do have this before us, but always a fantastic conversation. careful what you wish for when folks come before us, right? But we do have a need and action in front of us. So I would entertain a motion related to updating the employment tables in Division 38. And there is a suggested motion there if someone's ready to make a motion related to the employment tables.
Well, thank you for the conversation. And I would move to adopt amendments to OAR 660-038 and the amendment to tables 3 and 4 that is referenced in the rules as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Scar. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second it.
We have a second from Vice Chair Bennett. Any further discussion about the employment table updates specifically? Commissioner Bennett, do you? No. Oh, okay. Otherwise, you're just preparing because you know you're first on the roll call. I see that. Saw that. Okay. Denise, could you call the roll?
Vice Chair Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Falconer,
Yes.
Commissioner Condor,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Scar.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Chair Lazo.
Aye. Great. Thank you. The motion passes. And so update the tables. The tables are updated, I guess. You have to update them. These are.
Thank you.
So next is a couple minutes early is agenda item number 9. This is rulemaking on Division 6 and 33. This is a public hearing and adoption of those. I think these are conforming rules related to farm and forest use. Great. All right. And so Lila is here with us again.
Thank you. Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Bennett, and members of the commission. Again, my name is Layla Aman. I am the Community Services Division Manager for the Department of Land Conservation. It is my privilege today to be filling in for our farm and forest specialist, who I would normally be handing this off to at this moment and was unable to be here today, and that is Hillary Foote. Fortunately, Hillary is a consummate professional and had everything prepared in advance. And so I am pleased to be able to provide the presentation that she would have, although if you know me or as you get to know me, I typically don't read from a script, but I will be today to honor the work that Hillary has done. We all know what a professional she is and an expert in these rules. So the objective of this agenda item this morning is for the commission to vote on adopting rule amendments related to Farm and Forest Conservation Program. There are a variety of materials that were included in your packet for this morning's meeting to support the commission in your decision-making on this item, and I will touch base on a few of them quickly. Attachment A, which is page 5 to the staff report, is a Secretary of State notice and the full set of black-lined rules with proposed amendments in it. This is the attachment that you will reference in your motion or decision. The proposed changes are a little difficult to identify in attachment A, so Hillary also prepared and included an attachment B, which is page 41, as a quick reference guide that just has the proposed revisions in it. This morning, I will be providing an overview of the rulemaking process and will do my very best to answer any questions you may have about this. I'll also note that John Jennings is here today, the planning king, and I know will be able to support me should I not be able to answer any of your questions. Okay, so this rulemaking consists of 3 types of amendments. First, a set of conforming, a set of rule amendments that are intended to align our rules with statute. So when bills are passed by the legislature, those laws are codified in statute, and right now there are several areas where our rules no longer reflect what is in statute. Statute takes legal precedence over rule, so whether or not we update the rule, the legal effect is the same. The statutory provisions are the law. But local governments or other community members could find it confusing if the rule and the statute don't match. So we want the rule and statute to match. I'll go slightly off script and say that I recently sat through a presentation that Alexis did on our policy agenda, and this is one of our policy agenda items. So you can check that off the list. Congratulations. So these are all areas where we're just simply cutting and pasting language from statute into rule. There are a set of corrections. Some of our commissioners may recall that we ran an extensive solar rulemaking effort in 2024 and 2025. There were a few errors that were inadvertently introduced into Division 6 and 33 as a result of some of the renumbering of subsections and redlining an outdated section of Division 33. There are 3 amendments that are proposed to rectify those errors. And lastly, there is a cleanup item to remove a provision that has expired and is no longer effective. Because all of these items are administrative level, there is no interpretation, no policy decision to be made here. These amendments were prepared by staff with support from the Department of Justice, and there was no advisory committee. So we'll go over each of the changes briefly. First, there are 4 conforming changes proposed. The first 3 are a result of changes made in the 2025 session. For new commissioners, you may hear other folks in the agency talking about Chapter 197 of statute. Most of the resource zone program is described in Chapter 215. In December, when we reviewed LCD's Farm and Forest Report for the legislature, we'll talk a little more about the history of Chapter 215. But in brief, only farming and those uses listed in Chapter 215 of statute are permitted to be developed in EFU zones. So we see these types of changes to the use list in Chapter 215 almost every session. The first is language that is related to the building code requirements for replacement dwelling was removed from ORS 215.291. In 2023, the legislature enacted no requirements for replacement dwellings in resource zones, and at that time, they hadn't anticipated that the wildfire risk maps would be, anticipated that the wildfire risk maps would be adopted. Those maps and references to the risk maps were removed in the 2025 session. The second is related to changes that were made in Chapter 358 of statute. This is a section of statute that addresses historic properties. In the EFU list in Chapter 215, there is authorization for replacement dwelling to be used in conjunction with a farm use if the existing dwelling is listed as an historic property. Originally, the language in 358.487 was parroted rather than referenced in Chapter 215. The provisions of ORS 358.487 were updated in 2025, and 215 was changed to reference Chapter 358 rather than parroting the new language, which is much cleaner. In the 2025 legislature also modified utility facilities needed for public service use in Chapter 215. The definition was updated to include wetland waste treatment systems and the provision of rural service to certain areas with declared groundwater management issues. And finally, the last item is also related to replacement dwellings, which have a rather complex history that you will discuss with Hillary and more in December. There are provisions in Chapter 215, however, that describe how long permits for dwelling approvals in resource zones are good for and how they can be extended. At the end of that section is a list of the dwelling types that are subject to those time to act provisions. As a result of sunset provisions in 2013 law, replacement dwellings were added back to the list of dwellings subject to that particular set of time to act provisions. Again, all of these changes are essentially cut and paste to ensure that statute matches effective statutory provisions. On to corrections. So there are 2 corrections proposed to fix numbering errors in Division 6 that resulted from the addition of the least conflict solar siting opportunity in the forest zone use list in Section 25 of Division 26. So both this reference that describes which uses require the filing of non-remonstrance agreement and this reference that is supposed to allow for a substandard partition for cemeteries and forest zones. And this reference, they're being corrected to reference the uses that they referenced prior to the addition of the least conflict solar siting use. This is page 41 of attachment B. Secondly, numerous corrections are also being made to the table at OAR 660-0330120. A much older version of this table appears to have been filed with the Secretary of State during the 2025 solar rulemaking, which inadvertently removed changes that had been adopted to this table over an almost 10-year period. A red line version of that table is included in the quick reference guide so that you can see all of the corrections, and that's on page 44. Lastly, the dual use of, that was that slide for the last thing I just said. Lastly, the dual use for agrivoltaic section of the original solar rules in subsection 38 are being removed because they were repealed several years ago and it is not effective currently. As you can see with the last sentence, stricken language here, the repeal date was built into the section when it was adopted. So that is the end of Hillary's presentation. I would be glad to take any questions that the commission may have. This slide reflects our recommended motion and then an optional approval motion should you desire to do so. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Leila. And thank you, Hillary, for providing that. Commissioners, any questions for Leila about the conforming corrective and other removal of items in the farm and forest land rules? Right. All right. If not, we have a motion that is offered there. I'm happy to entertain a motion related to the Division 6 and 33 rules adoption, but I want to go back because we are offering the opportunity for public comment here. I don't think anybody has signed up as far as I can tell, but just want to make sure I didn't miss that step. And not sure if I missed it earlier also, but nobody's signed up. All right. So nobody signed up. So otherwise we will now entertain a motion related to these updates to the Division 6 and 33 farm and forest rules. Commissioner Warren.
I move the commission adopt rule amendments as recommended by the department and shown in attachment A.
Commissioner Warren makes the motion. Any second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second it.
Vice Chair Bennett seconds. All right. Any discussion from commissioners? Otherwise, Denise, can you call the roll on this one?
Vice Chair Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Falconer,
Yes.
Commissioner Condor,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Scar,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Chair Lazo.
Aye. And with that, the motion carries. So we have the updates to the Division 6 and 33. Great. Thank you, Leila.
Thank you.
Great. So we have, we're not going to break for lunch until at least 11:30, but if we could, why don't we go ahead and move up the policy agenda update, which is going to be Alexis Hammer. And so folks, we're going to move agenda item 10 to before lunch. I guess we may have to, I wonder. Great. Thanks, Alexis. We're just working out some logistics, but welcome.
Thank you. I just want to get the PowerPoint pulled up. All right. Good morning, Chair Lazo, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Alexis Hammer. I'm the legislative and policy manager here at DLCD. And today I'm going to review the policy agenda update. Every biennium, we issue a policy agenda, which I like to refer to more as a communications document rather than a, active policymaking decision. And it really is trying to catalog all of the things that the agency and the commission actually is going to be pursuing over the course of a biennium. So right now we're in the middle of the 25-27 biennium. We issue the policy agenda at the beginning of the biennium and then update it midway once we've had another legislative session and some updates from the agency. So we have some updates on what we've accomplished and then also where we have some changes based on legislation. And we'll talk about the completed work, rulemaking schedule updates, as well as a few minor scope updates. And then we'll conclude with some questions. But the first, sorry, I want to make, thank you. We will be talking about the statutory changes that reflect the 2026 session, and then also talking about the changes since October of 2025 when we adopted the first agenda. So the three legislative things I'm going to highlight from 2026 are fairly straightforward and are all conforming rulemakings that are not really policy decisions that are coming before the commission. The first is already something you've already checked off. In June of 2026, you adopted rules to implement House Bill 4037. And House Bill 4037 was an omnibus housing bill at the legislature, had a lot of aspects involved. One of them was around the urban reserve prioritization scheme, and it required an update to a rule for how cities would prioritize land or exclude land from potential urban reserves, which is that 30 or 20 to 50 year time horizon when you're looking far out into where the urban growth boundary will expand into. It's that first priority land. And when a city is considering how to create an urban reserve, so considering how that future expansion area could be shaped, the legislature directed the commission to remove the language around some examples that were listed that were seen as narrowings to some stakeholders. So the rule has already been updated. You've already done it. And another bill that was implemented was Senate Bill 1561, and this relates to replacement dwellings on resource lands. This is a conforming rulemaking that we're anticipating will come to you in December, and it is the policy change here at the legislative level was to allow for when there is a dwelling that was destroyed or lost that does not have a record of the building permit. Right now, you cannot, or prior to this legislation, you could not replace that dwelling. And this allows for the replacement of a dwelling if that dwelling was taxed within the last 10 years, and includes another provision where the maximum square footage of the dwelling couldn't be 25% larger than the or 125% of the dwelling that it's replacing. There's a couple of other provisions, but that's the bulk of it for purposes of land use. And then finally, there was HB 4153, which is the creation of a use called farm stores in parallel with the existing opportunity for farm stands, which has not been removed. And the legislature passed this bill. It requires implementation by counties and just an update to our rules for consistency, but it does not include policy changes. And that is also something that will come to you for an update in December of 2026. Oh.
Vice Chair Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. 4153, will that require a rack or is that just?
No rack. It's going to be, we're just taking language from statute and making sure it's reflected in the rule accurately. Yep. So a major piece of work that was not exactly policy creation, but it leads to policy development, which is something we include in the agenda, the policy agenda, is the offshore wind roadmap. And that was work that was assigned under House Bill 4080 from the 2024 session. The roadmap is now complete. We submitted it to the legislature on July 24th, and that lays out the basically a strategy for the state. Should it decide that we want offshore wind in Oregon, how to maximize benefit and make sure that the benefits of offshore wind are accrued for communities on the coast and throughout the state. The other adopted rules I'll cover quickly are coastal access. We also have adopted conforming rules around Senate Bill 974, which was a major housing bill, and it really changes some of the procedural elements at the local level. We needed to make sure our rules reflected that, but it wasn't policy that we adopted. And we also major update the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis we completed last December. Great work, thank you. And we also adopted Senate Bill 1564 model codes for small and medium communities. And we also, I already covered this, but the 4037 urban reserve prioritization. So already have done a lot of adoptions this biennium with some more to come. So we have, and actually I failed to update this slide, but HB 2258 Oregon Homes, the adoption is now planned for October of 2026. And you're all up to speed on that one. HB 2138 is the continuation of the housing choice that we're now calling the housing choices rulemaking. And it will kick off here this fall and focus on system development charges, a model, creating a model method for communities to adopt throughout the state, as well as and that's voluntary, as well as removing middle housing barriers, looking kind of backwards at since House Bill 2001 was adopted, we legalized a lot of middle housing types throughout the state, and we're taking a look at those standards and kind of seeing what worked and what hasn't. So that's a fresh look at some of those middle housing standards that we adopted into rule back in 2021. And that RAC is convening in 2026. We are also in the process of reviewing our scope for the urbanization and wetlands rulemaking that we kicked off last February. We have some legal questions that we're trying to sort through, and we need to understand what's within our authority within this area. So we anticipate engaging back in that process in this biennium, but we're working through those questions with the Department of Justice. So the next update is just on some scope changes, and these are I would say, actually, I think maybe scope updates are, it might be too broad of a term, but the shoreline stabilization bill from which was Senate Bill 504 requires us to add clarity to the provisions of the coastal protections against erosion. So if you think about like riprap and those sorts of things, that this is or thinking about how to define nature-based solutions as a way to protect shorelines without causing downstream impacts. And we're opening up the scope of that to think a little bit more broadly about dune and estuary protections, and it'll still be within the scope and intent of that legislation, but trying to do some cleanup and some thinking around how to integrate that in the broader scheme of the coastal goals. We're also going to be updating the territorial sea plan, and Lisa's not in the room right now, so I can't I can't get her advice, but the scope updates are limited to only territorial sea plans parts 1 and 2 and not parts 3, 4, and 5. The another update, and this is housekeeping, is Senate Bill 1564 model codes. These are model codes that communities can rely on, but need to have them up to date. And every time the legislature passes legislation that changes, we need to make sure that our model codes are reflecting that. So when a community picks them up, they can place them, and then they know that they're legally sound. So we are going to be doing that in 2026 as well. And then just a couple of some final things. We've just gone over the Farm and Forest conforming corrective rulemaking. The housing and unincorporated communities rulemaking you've also heard about today will be coming for adoption in February. And the employment tables you also just heard about. And with that, that is the updates to our policy agenda for the coming biennium, or the current biennium.
Thank you, Alexis. And we do definitely have time for commissioner comments and discussion about the policy agenda updates. I will note that there are some folks that are signed up for public comment. We're trying to contact them to see if they want to provide public comment early. If not, we will also come back after lunch and keep this open and have public comment then. But let's go ahead and move to commissioner discussion, comments, questions about the policy agenda updates. Commissioners, any questions or comments for Alexis about the policy agenda updates? I have one, and I think Director Bateman actually might provide an update. There was a question earlier about the kind of the status of the farm and forest modernization work. And that is a piece of our policy agenda. You updated us on the conforming and corrective rulemaking, but not necessarily about the broader set of rulemaking that is going on. And just wanted to get an update on what might be forthcoming on that.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Brenda Bateman, DLCD Director. There are no rulemakings per se underway in that space, but we are very cognizant of the interest in that area. And I think several technical pieces of that were already mentioned earlier this morning. Soil science, just drew a big blank, but there were 3 that were mentioned, and there were more, I know, in the policy agenda. So there's some analytical work going on behind the scenes right now, with some desk work, researching sort of best practices and the status of some of those items, so that the team can be prepared for rulemaking. But there's no rulemaking on the table, no charge before you or anything like that in the near future, in the next couple meetings that we know of.
I think 3. And I think it was Commissioner Porter did mention the 3, that it's the soil reports, replacement dwellings, and agritourism. And so again, there's some analytical work that's being done in those areas right now to prepare for those rulemakings over the horizon somewhere.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to assure the Commission we've not forgotten and we haven't dropped the ball, but we're doing some things in the background right at the moment.
Commissioner Bennett or Vice Chair Bennett?
It just strikes me, those are really complex, really engaging topics. And will we have adequate resources, or is this something we perhaps should wait until and ask specifically some funding? Because all 3 of those are really, they will generate lots of interest and lots of work. And I was a little concerned that taking it on with such a busy agenda is stretching our somewhat limited staffing. And, it's because I see lots of discussion on those.
Chair, Vice Chair, thank you for noticing and for pointing that out, which is exactly why we're doing some work in the background. It's as we can, as ancillary, right? These are such labor intense and communication intense pieces that we're not ready to do anything publicly with it, all in answering the emails, the phone calls, and all the pieces that come with it. We're not equipped to do that. We don't have the capacity. And as you noticed in our commission business discussion of the agency request budget, agencies have made no requests this season for new resources. We've got what we have. We're hoping those don't get cut. So we're in a little bit of a wait and see in terms of the public facing pieces of this because of our capacity at current time.
Yeah, it's interesting to get this update. It's I don't know if folks remember the movie Broadcast News with Albert Brooks, and he makes it. He laments that, or he asks the question. He says, maybe it's that when high performing people are kind of operating at a regular speed, it feels like they're slowing down, but it's because they're so high performing, right? So this sort of feels like wow, it feels like we've really slowed down, but it's because we're operating kind of at a regular pace now, rather than the pace that we had been operating at, particularly the housing pieces that we had seen flying at us, in the last couple of years. So it's like, oh yeah, and I mean, yeah, because there was the housing, there was farm and forest. there was all kinds of pieces that were going on. So, kudos to the agency for getting through that and getting to this point where it's like, oh yeah, this is like a regular amount of work now. And we can do things like, analysis that prepares us for this big, areas of policymaking.
Mr. Chair, you're very kind. Thank you.
But other questions or comments about what's before us, and then the cycle of the policy agenda. Is there a new one that comes out in the spring?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
after
We'll
the
actually,
budget.
Next, a year from today, or a year from now-ish, we'll bring the 27 to 29 policy agenda to you.
Denise, maybe we're going to tell me something about public comment, but I know there was an in-person person, but I don't see them here.
Thank you, Chair. We do have 2 individuals that were scheduled to provide public comment online, and they are with us now.
Yeah, so I think let's go ahead and take those folks if they're here, and then if Mr. Butterfield shows up after, I guess it would have been after lunch, then we're happy to hear from that person also. Okay, so let's, the 2 people I have listed are Chris Roebuck and Hope Vacher, or Vacher. So the first one will be Chris Roebuck. Chris, if you're online and want to come off of mute and come on video, we're happy to hear you for 3 minutes.
She is ready. She's chosen not to be on camera.
Okay, great. If you want to come off mute, then you have 3 minutes.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, and I'm happy to have you see me, but I also don't know how to do that. So,
Not a problem. We can hear you.
all right. Hey, the Farm and Forest rulemaking proposal was meticulously crafted, extensive stakeholder input, and the work was really necessary, very broad in scope. As you remember, it was derailed by the governor in service of OPOA and its 11 clients to do farm stand rulemaking, which wasn't even within the scope of the original proposal. That ended in a fiasco, but the governor and
Chris, you cut out for a second there. Sorry, for maybe 30 seconds. I think the last word we heard was maybe governor.
It says the internet connection is unstable. I don't know.
We can hear you now, though.
Okay.
Continue.
Well, again, the whole Farm and Forest rulemaking process was derailed by the governor in service of OPOA and its 11 clients, and it now feels like it's going to be further indefinitely delayed for agritourism, which is also an OPOA topic. I would encourage you to return to that original proposal and look at what you can do, necessary, important work outside of the big topics of agritourism. Let me stop there. That's enough. I hope that you'll get back to the other parts of Farm and Forest rulemaking.
Thank you for being here, Chris. Appreciate your perspective. And I don't know if we moved this agenda item up, so I don't know if you were able to join us. There was a little update about the analysis work that's being done in some of those areas related to that. I also want to just make clear for folks that I'm assuming that that when you talk about OPOA, that you're talking about the Oregon Property Owners Association?
Yes, and there are 11 clients.
Okay, thank you for being here. All right, the next person is Hope Vacher or Vacher. Hope, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. We can't hear you now.
Sorry, I had to find my written comments. Sorry.
No problem. We haven't started the clock yet, so whenever you're ready, go ahead and start.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Ms. Roebuck just said. I was also a member of the coalition that helped craft and worked hard together over several years to try to ensure that the Farm and Forest modernization would be included in future rulemaking. Unfortunately, as we've heard, while DLCD now claims that modernization work is ongoing in the background, there's things they can't tell us about it. It's in the background. They provide no project timeline and no further details. And meanwhile, not only has DLCD instead taken up agritourism, but also now unincorporated communities. Farming forest rulemaking is vital to protecting our working resource lands. And for the second or third time, I'm requesting that this commission direct DLCD to make real progress on this rulemaking by giving them a real timeline for a report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Appreciate you being here and bringing your perspective this morning. All right, the other person we have signed up for public comment in person is John Butterfield, but I don't see John here yet. Okay, so let's leave this open for the moment. I don't know if that matters if we need to leave it open or since it's not an action, but we will plan to try to connect with John Butterfield and hear from that person when we can. And this was because this was originally scheduled for 12:30 to 1:30 at lunch. So we'll keep moving the agenda forward, but hear from John Butterfield if they come. All right, other than that, it is 11:17. If we're prepared, Denise, can we break for lunch? Or if not, we can have a little break before. Great, lunch is here. It's a little early for lunch, but if you have things you need to take care of, we will break now for lunch and come back at the regularly scheduled time at 12:30. Oh, yeah, 12:30. And we will be on, I'm assuming there's no appeals. So we will start in on item 12, public comment at 12:30. And we'll continue this item if we have the person who's providing public comment. So that we also might need to warn folks about, because we have a number of folks signed up for public comment. So if those folks are actually watching now or are planning to come here in person, we are going to try to move public comment up to 12:30. It was scheduled for 1:45, so we may have to figure out what we're doing. But again, it would be a real benefit to be able to move those things forward. We have a number of commissioners that travel quite a distance to be here and would like to get them on the road if at all possible. So with that, we'll break for lunch and be back at 12:30 to hear from some folks. Thank you.
There we go.
Great. Thank you so much, Denise. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have moved our agenda up because we got through some items earlier this morning. And so we are going to return now to the public comment piece of agenda item number 10, the policy agenda update. And we had one person signed up for public testimony who I think is here with us now, John Butterfield. All right, John, you've got 3 minutes.
I need to do anything to turn the mic.
I know we can hear you. Thanks.
It's already on.
It works. Okay, great. Thank you, commissioners, for holding open item 10 for me to hear our testimony. And I was able to listen to the update in the car on the way down here. And I wanted to appreciate the chair's question about the Farm and Forest Modernization Program. That's here. What I'm here to testify about, I'm John Butterfield from 1,000 Friends of Oregon. And you know, a lot of work has gone into the Farm and Forest Modernization Program already, starting in 2023 with the technical working group, work in 2024 to prioritize and come to that list that in 2025, the commission set out. You know, they were going to start with farm stands, and then they were going to turn to soil reports, replacement dwellings, and non-farm dwellings. And now in the policy update, we see there is vague analytical work happening behind the scenes. And in response to the chair's question, Director Bateman said, well, we don't have enough money to take on the public-facing aspects of this, and we're not asking the legislature for any money to do that. So now we're looking at, I don't know when the department could next get money, but maybe the 2029 legislative session before any of the work that's already been done gets turned into important change on the ground for the Farm and Forest program. On issues that we know about, we have looked at them, we have talked about them, we know they're out there, and the commission should, you know, I would encourage you, review that technical working group report. You know, you've heard from folks continually about these problems, and say to staff that we need to find a way to move forward on this, even in limited budget constraints. I know that the department has great staff who work on these issues. They could find a way to move forward on, maybe we do one of these at a time instead of all together. We could start with soil reports or replacement dwellings, and we could dive in on those, and we could find a way to start making some progress on these really important issues that we have started, and now we seem to have sort of, you know, the chair said we were slowing down, but I don't think that's what's happened. We've hit the brakes. It has completely stopped, and momentum is not moving forward. So that's what I came to offer today, and I appreciate the chance to offer our comments on the policy update.
Great. Thank you, John. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you providing that perspective. All right. I don't believe there's any other public comment on item number 10, our policy agenda update that we received.
That's correct.
Thank you, Denise. All right, so we will then move on to, there is not an item 11, there was no appeals that we are holding for. So we will move on to public comment, item number 12. This agenda item originally was supposed to start at 1:45 and last for only 15 minutes. So we've moved it up and have tried to contact folks that are signed up for public comment here. I know a number of folks are here to provide public comment. So we're going to go ahead and move forward with that. We have a larger number than we typically have signed up for public comment. And since this agenda item is only 15 minutes long, we're going to hold public comment to 2 minutes for each person. And what we're going to do also is, if we find that folks are repeating a script, then we were going to reduce it to 1 minute. So if there's a script that's happening and coming from folks repeatedly, then we will reduce the time to 1 minute so that, again, we can try to stick to the agenda and get the folks who have kindly given their time here also to be on their way for the meeting. And Director Bateman, was there something you wanted to kick us off with?
Thank you, Chair. I just, Brenda Bateman, for the record, Director of the Department. I just wanted to note that we are always in flux in terms of our agenda items. They're not prescriptive in terms of how long the commission takes to deliberate on an item or how much public comment we'll see at any given agenda item. And so things can run long, things can run short. I appreciate folks' patience as we tended to run short a little bit today and move things up more or sooner in the agenda. And so that's actually something that we note in each of our agendas, that things might move around. And that's something that's just part of the public process. We did try to contact as many folks as we could so that if folks were available to come sooner, that they would know that that was the commission's intent and desire. And so many folks were able to show up sooner in person or sooner online, and we very much appreciate that. I did want to note that we've got a commission assistant and staff who was trying very hard to communicate and let everybody know where we were in the agenda and to get folks their time in front of the microphone. And I would just respectfully ask that we continue to be kind to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. And I think along with that, I think any space that we create for public discourse is one that should have a level of decorum that really respects all the folks that are here giving their time, folks that are here, in an employment capacity, and members of the public who have also come to give their time. So I would ask that folks act in a respectful manner. We can disagree as reasonable people and disagree in a reasonable way. So it's not about our differences, but about how we act with one another. So again, I'll leave it at that. And we'll begin our public testimony then. And we'll start with folks in the room. And I know we're starting with Bob Courtright. So Denise, are we doing this left-hand column as the first?
Yes.
Okay, great. So each person will have 2 minutes, and we're going to start with Bob Courtright, and then Monica Kirk, and then Mike McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair and Commission. I'm Bob Courtright. I'm here today representing 350 Salem. For 25 years, I served as your lead staff on transportation and climate issues. The Oregon Climate Action Commission and the Transportation Commission are now conducting a significant review of progress in meeting greenhouse gas emission reductions that you need to pay close attention to and be prepared to act on. The short story is we're way behind in meeting our climate goals and directions that have been placed for more than 10 years. And there are significant actions that we need to take to get back on track. And I want to highlight two of them. You have our detailed comments here in the letter. The first is we're way behind in reducing vehicle miles traveled, largely because we dramatically overestimated how quickly people would translate to or transition to more fuel-efficient vehicles and fuels. We need to recalibrate where we are on those estimates and on VMT. The second thing, and it's much more significant for the work that you do, is we need to plan for most new housing to occur in climate-friendly areas. Again, the statewide transportation strategy, your CFAC rules are aimed at getting 30% of all housing in climate-friendly areas. We're not getting anywhere near close to that in the plans that are being prepared by our metropolitan areas other than the city of Portland. So much more needs to be done. You know you're doing substantial work on housing. Those housing plans really need to be targeted to getting lots more housing in climate-friendly areas. I think I'm probably close to my 2 minutes, but that's really the essential thing that you need to be thinking about. Again, the plans that you've reviewed from Eugene last month, you'll review from Salem in the next month, are getting halfway to planning for the amount of housing that's needed in climate-friendly areas. And getting development in those areas is just essential to reducing VMT and to making the other actions that we need to take to reduce VMT effective. So I hope you'll take a look at those and engage with your fellow commissions.
Great. Thank you for being here, Bob, and appreciate the detailed written comments. We'll go. I think all commissioners have copies of that at this point. All right, next is Monica Kirk. Oh, in person? No? Oh, okay, we'll go to Mike McCarthy and then Jamin Giersbach and then Robert Liberty.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Lazo and members of the commission. My name is Mike McCarthy. I farm in Parkdale, Oregon. I would make one process comment just to start. It's a 3-hour drive down here. We really put pedal to the metal to try to get here in time. I hope you wouldn't change the time of the hearing while we're in progress. And also, if I'm virtual, if I'm not aware of when I was going to testify virtually, like many farmers, we don't have signal out on our farm, so I would have had no information at all. So I'd very much appreciate if you could have a fixed time and stick with it. It'd be very helpful to us. So thank you very much for that. I represent Ag for Oregon. We do not support the unincorporated community RAC process. We believe it will cause sprawl and unnecessary expansion onto Oregon's valuable farmland without a true need. Counties do not have the resources to analyze the impacts of sprawl to all infrastructure and services as growth occurs and demands are put on counties and special districts. All counties do not have funds to pay for the infrastructure and additional services required for growth outside of unincorporated community boundaries. I found this report from the North Carolina Cooperative Extension Service. It's a very interesting report on growth. Studies have revealed when a rural community with a large base of farm and forest land begins to convert that land into residential development, the local government is virtually guaranteed to head down a path of deteriorating financial stability and increasing local property taxes. The local governments are virtually guaranteed to go down a path of financial instability. This is what we're talking about in the unincorporated community process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you being here. All right.
Chair Lazo, can I interrupt for just a
Yes,
moment?
please.
Commissioners, if you are online, are you having difficulty hearing us?
Commissioner Porter, can you hear us?
No problem for me.
No problem for me.
Well, Commissioner Porter might be frozen.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Porter stated that she was not able to hear, so I will text her back.
Oh, no, she's moving.
She was just very still.
Okay, so she's having some technical difficulties, it looks like. All right, let's see, where were we? So, Jamin Giersbach? No? Okay.
Members of the commission, I'm Robert Liberty. I represent myself. I'm here to respectfully request that the commission terminate the unincorporated housing rulemaking, the rulemaking that will allow counties to authorize in hundreds of rural communities across Oregon, subdivisions, industrial development like data centers and Amazon distribution warehouses and commercial sprawl. All the evidence suggests there is no need to do this to meet the goal of 500,000 housing units. In fact, I suspect that there's quite more than 500,000 capacity housing units inside urban growth boundaries. Meanwhile, outside urban growth boundaries, there's thousands of vacant lots already for additional residential development, including 10,000 alone in Deschutes County, according to Deschutes County. In the 4 months since you initiated this rulemaking, your staff has not compiled any publicly available information that is necessary for the rulemaking, not even identifying where these communities are in 12 of the 36 counties, no maps of flood or fire hazards, no identification of the cost of the housing that will be built, which will be unaffordable. And the Rules Advisory Committee that was appointed is unrepresentative and biased in violation of state statute ORS 183.333, and therefore its recommendations will not have any credibility in the public. This is not about need. This is about greed. It is about a group of powerful, well-connected interests who are using this as a Trojan horse to advance their personal enrichment at the expense of the people's interests. Now, you didn't create this mess. We both know that. But you have the power and the capacity to put an end to it. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you being here today. Trudy Klinger.
Dear Commissioner Lazo and Commissioners, thank you for the time today. My name is Trudy Klinger and I live in Hood River County. As you may know, there was a widespread community opposition to building a 49,000 square foot Amazon distribution center in the unincorporated community of Odell. This kind of business and its intense truck traffic belongs in a city inside an urban growth boundary with freeway access, not in a rural area. We heard this rulemaking was about housing. Then we found out it will require counties to zone rural land and urban commercial industrial development, which can mean Amazon warehouses and data centers. That seems like a bait and switch. Please stop this rulemaking now before it gets too much momentum with your staff. Thank you for the time for testimony.
Thank you, Trudy. Appreciate you being here today. Jim Medeiros.
I want to thank you, commissioners, for having this chance to speak. I'm really concerned about the land use laws being affected by the housing crisis. The housing crisis is still kind of wide open, and people are making claims about housing need that just doesn't have any facts. I'm concerned because they say that we'd have to be building 25,000 new houses a year. Well, the last 2 years, if we look at the population growth of Oregon, we would have had to build 9,000 new houses. So and we have 9,000 house need, but the land use laws that are being affected are saying that we need 50,000 houses. That's 500% more than what we actually would need if we look at the real population. So I think that we should protect the urban unincorporated communities and not just trample on their rights and their wants over a manufactured need, not a real need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you sharing your perspective this afternoon. Let's see, the in-person folks that we didn't hear from were Monica Kirk, no, and Jamin Giersbach. Are they online? Okay, if they're online, Monica, if you're online, let's go with Monica next. I think Denise can try to promote them. Monica, if you're online, could you rename yourself so that we can identify you? Or how about Jamin Giersbach?
So not online? Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay. They were just promoted.
Oh, okay. Should see them pop up there.
Okay, he's in the room. Jamin Giersbach, they're ready for you to provide testimony.
Hi, my name is Jamin Giersbach.
Okay.
I'm the executive director of Rogue Advocates. I've lived in Rouge for 19 years. Rouge is on your list. So this rulemaking is about my home. 6 years ago, the Alameda fire took 2 of my businesses and a rental house I owned. 35 people were out of work. The Talent Health Club never reopened. FEMA scraped that lot where the house stood. It's still empty today. So I know what fire costs in this valley, and I know what keeps housing from getting built here isn't a shortage of land. Now you're proposing to add subdivisions, commercial, light industrial, to communities like mine in some of the most fire-prone country in Oregon, and no one has ever put a fire map out. Please stop this rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamin. Is Monica Kirk also online? Okay. let's move to the other folks that are online. First is James Moose.
James is not online with us yet.
Okay.
Our next one is Robert Emmons.
Alrighty. Hey, Robert, if you're with us, you have 2 minutes to testify. If you're speaking, Robert, we can't hear you.
And James is now there as well.
Robert, and go to James Moose, and then we'll come back to you. How about that? Okay. So James Moose, you have 2 minutes to testify. Yes, please go ahead, James. I see your hand up. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. It looks like you might be on mute.
I'd like to make a note for guests waiting to provide public comment. When I promote you to panelist, you need to accept that or it will not allow you to come on screen and speak.
James, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, and it looks like you might need to unmute, and maybe you're trying to do that. Oh. Okay. Right, so maybe we should try Robert again. Robert Emmons. Robert, can you hear us? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank
Oh,
you.
marvelous.
All right.
Thank you.
have 2
Thanks for the
minutes.
wait. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Robert Emmons, and I'm speaking as president on behalf of Landwatch Lane County. It's a nonprofit that for over 30 years has been working to keep our county's rural lands rural. Now, unfortunately, our work has been blindsided by the governor's order that will urbanize the state's unincorporated communities, such as Fall Creek, where I've lived and worked on 40 acres of farm and forest land for 36 years now. Under Governor Kotek's direction, rural enclaves will allow developers and speculators to convert cheaper farm and forest land into unaffordable housing, data centers, other commercial development, and massive profits. Exactly what our land use protection program was intended to prevent. This, regardless of copious data that show there's more than enough land within urban growth boundaries, UGBs, to meet the projected housing need, exactly as the land use program meant to provide. Therefore, we implore you to stop this rulemaking and direct the governor's attention to the housing opportunities already available within UGBs, and something that has been served and we have benefited from for over 50 years with our marvelous land use program. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. Let's try James Moose
James
one
is
more
back.
time.
He's ready now.
All right, James, you have 2 minutes. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. See, still waiting to hear from James Moose. It looks like you're online, but we can't hear you, so you may need to unmute. There you go. Try that. We still don't hear you. I have to work on that one still.
We do have Mary Nolan online ready.
Okay, fantastic. Mary Nolan, if you're there, yes, thank you. You'll have 2 minutes to testify. Mary, we can't hear you. If you could unmute, we can see you.
There we go.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Chair Lazo and members of the commission. My name is Mary Nolan. I live in Portland. I represent about 280,000 Portlanders, Washington County, and the tiny little city of Maywood Park on the Metro Council. As you probably know, Metro exists to do planning and coordination among the 24 cities in the metro area on land use, on housing development, especially affordable housing development, which voters have given us an opportunity to fund nearly 5,000, construction of 5,000 new housing units at affordable levels, including 0 to 30% of median income. I come to you as a partner and will echo some of the concerns that people have already raised about the planning you have ongoing, not today on your agenda, but in the background, for essentially turning our rural areas into urban areas without the kind of support that effective urban areas need in order to support housing, support jobs, build and maintain and operate the infrastructure necessary for these developments to exist and prosper. Asking small towns and enclaves in rural areas to take on the tasks of organized cities and the financial burden and responsibility to support the infrastructure necessary for the kind of development that at the moment is being anticipated will put a real burden and is likely to exacerbate rather than mitigate the supply of housing issues. Because having watched it recently with land use decisions that Metro Council has made, I know up close and personal that the people who want to develop the sites you are contemplating don't want to build affordable housing. They don't want to build housing near transit. They want to build acre lots of $2 million homes. And those are legitimate uses. I'm not arguing with that.
Mary,
but
I'm gonna
that's
have to
not where
ask
the
you to
need
I'm gonna have to
is.
ask you to wrap up, Mary, if you could.
I will do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I am asking you to really think about supporting the cities that are already ready to provide housing and job land before you venture into farmland that can't be replaced. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. All right. Next is Sarah Demling. Doimling. Just how it's spelled. All right. Go ahead, Sarah. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Sarah Doimling, and I live in Rickreall, Polk County, and I am the owner-manager of Family Forest Land. I'm also the chair of Friends of Polk County. My reason for being here today is to echo the thought that it would be wise to stop this rack until two things happen at least. One is that you need representatives from the unincorporated communities who are the most affected by this, and from rural regular folks. The other is that we have gotten no data, and I think the data's out there to either justify or not justify the need for doing this if housing is really the need. I think those are two things that you need to look into. And I would like to give one small anecdote. I live very close to Rickreall. Not long ago, our county embraced an application for additional industry in Rickreall. But since the rule says only people within, or landowners within 750 feet get notification, most of Rickreall and the surrounding area had no idea what was going on. So our little Friends of Polk County group organized a community forum in which we included county planning folks as well as the applicant. And somewhat to our surprise, we had standing room only and a room full of people without exception with two particular objections. One was the lack of community participation and information. And the other was they like Rick Riel the way it is. They weren't a bit interested in changing it for any particular reason, and mostly they didn't want to be bothered. So I would just reaffirm my request that you go about this differently if there really is a need to go about this. And thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. Let's go back and just check in with James. I think he's still on the list there. James, if you want to try to offer your 2 minutes of testimony. If you're speaking, we still don't hear you. All right, let's keep moving on the list then. Hope Fasher? Hope, I think I
Hello,
see you.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Hope, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I also am here to speak about the unincorporated communities rulemaking, which more or less out of the blue was initiated by this body, a rulemaking effort that's focused on increasing development in unincorporated communities. This rulemaking raises concerns. Without discussing or considering the need, this body acted without any relevant information regarding existing conditions and on-the-ground realities in the 256 unincorporated communities statewide. They aren't all the same, as we all know. The need for housing and other related development outside UGBs hasn't been established. No statewide data has been provided regarding existing development or community needs in any of the unincorporated communities. There are no maps showing locational proximity of unincorporated communities to the UGBs of cities. And the composition of the RAC doesn't even comply with the statute ORS 188.30.33, which states advisory committee membership must represent the interests of communities likely to be affected by the rule, as well as those of persons likely to be affected by the rule. The RAC, I did a public records request for the composition of the RAC and for their the RAC members that were selected, a copy of their application. And there was only one substantive question on the application. And of the 18 people selected, 6 were lobbying organizations. And of those 6 lobbying organizations, 4 didn't even respond to the substantive question. So the RAC itself doesn't seem valid, and there hasn't been a need established. And I would like to request that this rulemaking, maybe go into the background and let some of the other farm and forest modernization issues proceed in its place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hope. Appreciate you being with us this afternoon. All right, next is James Babson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, James.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jim Babson, and I live in Fall Creek, east of Eugene. I urge you to reconsider moving forward with the unincorporated communities rulemaking and keep urban development inside urban growth boundaries. Fall Creek is on the list of communities targeted by this rulemaking, and my neighbors and I don't want more development and higher taxes. There are several properties for sale in our neighborhood that have been on the market for a long time and aren't selling, so I don't see a need for more rural housing around here. The summary from your April 9th meeting agenda states, quote, "Some unincorporated communities exhibit a settlement pattern resembling small towns or cities with public services capable of serving a higher intensity of development than surrounding rural areas," end quote. That doesn't describe Fall Creek. We have no public services capable of serving a higher intensity of development. The charge for the RAC states, quote, "Require participating counties to plan and zone for commercial and light industrial uses, transportation, public safety, public facilities, and urban services," end quote. We don't want any of that in Fall Creek. The area is pretty much exactly the same as when I moved here 34 years ago. It's rural and we want to keep it rural. Please stop this unnecessary rulemaking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. All right, next is Jay Reek.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Jay.
Hi, this is Jay Reek from Ashland, Oregon. I oppose this rulemaking. We're all acutely aware that we're facing increasing wildfire dangers in Oregon. 2026 has been the worst Oregon wildfire season on record, with 2.6 million acres burned so far, nearly 4 times the 10-year annual average. Unfortunately, we've all grown accustomed to wildfire alerts on our phones, evacuation orders, and consoling friends and family about their losses and displacement from wildfires. This rulemaking puts more Oregonians in the path of wildfires. Also, first responder times are significantly slower in unincorporated areas than in incorporated areas. Furthermore, rural unincorporated areas are geographically large, have fewer roads, have windy and steep roads, and poor lighting. These factors all increase response times. Allowing and encouraging development in unincorporated areas with a high wildfire risk and poor first responder infrastructure is irresponsible, it's dangerous, and it's really a setup for tragedy. Please stop this rulemaking. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. All right, next is Gwen Farnsworth.
Good afternoon. The topics I wanted to cover have mostly been covered, but I think that encouraging the housing in unincorporated areas is a really bad idea. So I just wanted to remind you of a couple of things that were in your draft, in the draft charge. It says to protect health and safety, ensure that any expansion, increased densities, or greater intensity of use will be adequately supported by available or planned public facilities, including consideration for impacts to adjacent communities. And reflect input from counties, cities, and the development of the city. Maintain meaningful protection for rural and working lands, natural resources, and natural hazard safety. And I think that all of those things are all contraindicated by what you are planning, what the planning in rural, building in rural areas. I don't think it's possible to do those things and maintain your what you're supposed to be doing. That's all I had to say for now.
Great. Thank you, Gwen. Appreciate you being here. Next is Jim Wood, and I think that we're going to hear Jim's voice as recorded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I'm doing this is Jim Wood's rancher, as you'll hear, his ranch burned. He doesn't have internet connection right now. He took time out to record this, so it's a video, and we'll do the best we can, but thank you for accommodating this.
Members of the Oregon Land Conservation and Development Commission, and members of the Rural Advisory Committee. My name is Jim Wood. My family and I are longtime ranchers, some 60+ years in the Post-Helena Valley. We raise cattle, forage, hay, and timber. Our ranch surrounds the unincorporated community of Post, population about 2 or 4 on 3 sides. The average ranch size in our valley is some 18,000 plus or minus needed acres. We are at about 17,000. Approximately half our place, our ranch, burned recently. This fire came very close to the town of Post itself. The Henry fire also came really close to the town of Helena. Helena is about a population of 6 to 8 people. We want the LCDC to stop, suspend the rulemaking for the following reasons. There's inadequate fire protection. Why put more lives and property at risk? Water is very limited. It has all been allocated, and if not over allocated at this point in time. Where would water come for this new housing, industrial, and commercial development? Cook County already has too much land designated for rural residential development. That rural residential development interferes with the ability to farm, ranch, and raise timber. Please note here that most fires are human caused. The cost of community services, that would be considered police, fire, ambulance, schools, roads, etc., are disproportionately high and have proven to be subsidized by the other taxpayers outside of the rural residential areas. Where's the fairness in that? What about wildlife issues? Already wildlife populations in Central Oregon are in decline, primarily due to loss of habitat. Why add to that? LCDC is losing sight of its conservation mission. You are the Oregon Land Conservation and Development Commission, not the Oregon Land Development and Development Commission. Thank you for your time and your many efforts. Dear members of the Oregon Land Conservation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Jim. All right, next online is Eli Spivak.
Thank you. Chair Lazo and members of LCDC, I'm Eli Spivak, a housing developer based in Portland, Oregon, here to share my concerns, which are aligned with those you've heard before, about a proposal to let counties permit urban types of housing and other development outside UGBs. Over the past 30 years, I have managed the development of over 300 affordable and market rate homes in the Portland metro area, in partnership with local nonprofits and through my own development company, Orange Spot LLC. I am also on Portland's Planning Commission, where I've served for the past 10 years. I appreciate the challenge of facilitating hybrid meetings, but today I speak only for myself. I was a leader in Portland's reform of its residential zoning to allow middle housing across this city, and that work in Portland informed the state's 2019 middle housing legislation, which I also supported. As someone who builds housing and has worked on zoning reform for decades, I know we can easily accommodate 500,000 additional homes inside UGBs, both ownership homes and the apartments for the 1/3 of Oregonians who are renters. Portland has calculated that it has the capacity for 237,000 more homes itself, and we have zoning projects underway that would increase that number beyond that, almost 1/2 of the state's need. There is no need to sacrifice urban communities, rural lands, and rural resources and divert public and private investment away from Oregon cities to meet our housing needs. I recommend that LCDC direct staff to total up the housing capacity numbers inside UGBs around the state before proceeding any further. Thank you for your public service.
Great. Thank you, Eli. Appreciate you being here this afternoon, and thank you for your public service.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Robin Galloway. Robin, are you online? Oh, you're right there. Great. Go ahead, Robin. You'll have 2 minutes. You might need to unmute.
There you go. How's that sound?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, and you made a comment earlier about staff. I found Denise and Ingrid very helpful in getting me set up for this, so thank you. All right, so hello, my name is Robin Galloway, and I'm a Deschutes County resident in the Terrebonne area in the Lower Bridge Valley. My comment is to stop rushing the housing in unincorporated communities and move forward more intentionally and intelligently. Lower Bridge currently is primarily an agricultural area. We've got over 34,000 acres and 53 square miles with no fire coverage other than the Lower Bridge Rangeland Fire Protection Association. The proposal to add structures in unincorporated Terrebonne will require significant funding for Redmond Fire and Rescue if they will be expected to service the new homes and businesses. I've met with the fire chief and mayor about getting all of Lower Bridge as it stands included in the service area. Not happening. Adding structures without establishing building and wildland fire protection is reckless. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate you being here this afternoon and offering your perspective. Next is Kate Nichols. See Kate there?
Hi, my name is Kate Nichols and I live in Hood River and I teach at the local high school. I'm here to ask LCDC to stop the housing in unincorporated communities. I would like you to stop because 2 reasons. The first reason has to do with food. In our local area, there are two main crops that are grown, pears and apples. And between Washington and Oregon, we provide 90% of all the US pear crops in the United States. And secondly, 35% of those are exported all over the world. Once you take away that land, there's no chance of replanting once it's been paved over, obviously. The second thing is in 2001, I moved to this state from California. I used to live in Davis, California, which is in the Central Valley, very big agricultural area. At that time, and before that time, there was a lot of uproar about paving over and sprawl. So my second reason is about sprawl. So those problems have continued. The area that surrounds Davis, which is the capital Sacramento, it's gotten worse. And so between those two reasons and all the other ones, of course, that people have been suggesting, I urge you to stop this rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here this afternoon, Kate. Let's see. We've got 4 other folks. Do they look like they're online? Evelyn? Okay, Evelyn, you're next. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there, folks. My name is Evelyn Rother, and I'm the owner of 2 rural properties in Williams, Oregon, which appears on your state survey list. We're in Josephine County, one of the poorest counties in the state, and I've lived here for 40 years. I'm asking you to please stop this exercise of the Housing of Unincorporated Communities rulemaking. I feel like our current land use laws are effective and are largely what make Oregon a livable and lovable place to live. I don't see any need for urban sprawl to contaminate Oregon's rural areas. That's what the urban growth boundaries are for. Cities have infrastructure to support growth. Rural incorporated communities like mine, they don't. Our roads are narrow, windy, and in the winter, poorly maintained. Our groundwater is already stretched to a near breaking point, as is our fire protection and emergency services. And every single person who lives out here is here for the quality of life it affords. So I just implore you to please don't ruin that. Don't ruin our ag lands. Don't ruin our timberlands by spilling population pressures out into the fertile landscape of this state. And finally, I just wonder why you haven't notified those of us who live in these areas that would be so impacted by your actions. We deserve to have a voice about our futures, our neighborhoods, and our investments. There's a lot of frustration in my community that you failed to bring this to our attention. It was just by chance that I even found out this was happening yesterday. And first there was the wrong website link to this. Then you changed the time for the public testimony. And it's just really frustrating that this is happening seemingly behind closed doors with very little opportunity for participation from people whose lives would be affected. I'm glad I found out. I'm glad I'm here to talk to you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for your service to Oregon. Have a good day.
Thank you, Evelyn. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. The next is actually, I see James coming and going, but so we'll see if we can get back to him. But anyway, let's move on to Gil Kelly. Gil, I thought I saw your name there. Gil? If you're speaking, we can't hear you. You might need to unmute.
Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Lazo and commissioners. My name is Gil Kelly, and I am here speaking on a topic that sounds very popular this afternoon, which is the housing in incorporated communities, which has now been expanded. My understanding is to industrial and commercial uses as well. Just by way of background, I'm a professional planner and economic development practitioner who spent many years doing that work in Oregon and up and down the West Coast, including service as a planning director for the city of Portland for 9 years, as well as some in other West Coast cities. I am currently advising cities and towns, both urban and rural, up and down the West Coast. And I reside in Hood River County. I'm actually right in between 2 unincorporated areas that are designated urban and unincorporated areas under previous rules, and I am involved in both of those processes. One is Parkdale and the other is Odell. And I would say that Odell is becoming a model for a very thoughtful, modest, but locally important one. That being said, this could, and the reason I'm speaking today is I think the importance of this rulemaking, which has been sort of quiet in its rollout, could have very major implications across the state. And that's the reason I'm coming today and really urge you to think about you and the staff giving some early guidance on this. And I'll have 4 points about that in just a moment. I also wanted to let you know, aside from being a resident of a rural area in Oregon, I'm a longtime participant and member of many RACs over the years to support the work of DLCD. I just wanted to say first, the importance of this for me is that given such a short period of time to develop the rule and the very broad reach of the charge, which is now not only other uses besides housing, but also could result in 200 or more new UGBs, essentially new townships, as you will, in an informal sense, across the state. That is huge compared to the long-time designated 20 urban unincorporated areas that are going.
Bill, I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to end, and you're not going to get to your 4 points. But I'm so sorry. We have asked folks to write on 2 minutes. Is that something that you could provide to us or have provided in written testimony?
I haven't yet, but I could certainly do that. There are only 4 quick points, but I'll do that if you prefer.
Yeah, please provide those in written comments, and we are tracking and incorporating those into the public comments. Thank you so much for being here, and appreciate your perspective.
These are guidelines about how to proceed if you choose to proceed, so I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Chair Lazo, I am finding James Muth now online. Can I allow him to speak, please?
Let's try. James, yes. James, if you're connected, you'll have 2 minutes to testify. See him on the list yet. Let's see. Okay, James, we see you there, and yeah, if you can unmute, we don't hear you yet. Oh, you're unmuted. Oh. Are you there, James? We've got a couple other folks, and so we can come back, I think, but we'll keep trying. We have Miranda Stewart and Nunzi Gould, if they're available. Oh, I see at least one of those people, Miranda.
Miranda is not online yet. Nunzi.
Okay, Nunzi, let's go to Nunzi Gould. You'll have 2 minutes to provide your testimony.
Hello, Chair Lazo and members of the Commission of the Land Conservation and Development. I'm here about the RAC on housing in unincorporated communities. The state has a methodology for unincorporated communities to become cities, UGBs, but what is being proposed is not that whatsoever. It's a sprawl of unincorporated communities. And I live in Tumalo in Deschutes County. I love where I live, and I will defend Oregon's land use. I'm opposed to the RAC as it's structured and the haste within which it's being done. The data to show the rural need for housing to accommodate expansion of unincorporated communities has not been made available. The lead says we have to get this over the finish line, meaning they want public comment before your board to happen in December. The first RAC was just August 19th, even though their charge began in April. I encourage you to terminate this rulemaking this year. One idea proposed is that a baked-in look-back period be created. So don't worry, we just make rules and then we'll just perfect them on some look-back. I think that is the most pathetic way of dealing with rulemaking. Imagine a city, a county, an unincorporated community planning, and then in 5 years you say, oh, we're going to be changing the rules. That is not good planning. I would also just recommend that we not think of housing as a consumable for builders and realtors. What we are needing across Oregon needs to be defined in terms of AMI so that
Rob,
we
cut me off and I hadn't even reached my 2-minute mark. I just said I have 4 points. They're very.
Nunzi, I'm going to ask you to wrap up because your 2 minutes is over. And I think that was, Gil looks like he jumped off. I think that, Gil, if you're still on, could you make sure your mic is muted? But Nunzi, thank you so much for being here this afternoon. And if you had additional testimony that you did not get to provide, could you please send that to us in written comment and we will add it to our public comments.
Yes, please terminate the RAC that you have going on this year in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this afternoon. All right. We also have, let's see, let's check. Is Miranda Stewart there yet? No? Okay. And James looks like he's not back yet. So next we have Carrie Ann Fish. Carrie Ann, there you are. Okay.
Hi, Karin Fish. Thank
Karin.
you, Chair Lasso and Commissioners. I'm Karin Fish. I live in Cove Beach on the North Oregon coast. I'm a board member of the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club. Since 1966, the club has advocated for the protection and preservation of our community. We've emailed comments to the commission, but I wanted to share our core message that we are urging you to pause or end this rulemaking. Before opening rural Oregon to urban development and upending 50 years of sensible land use planning, someone should have to show that it's necessary, and that has not happened in this case. Under our land use system, cities are responsible for providing needed housing. We have seen no data showing they cannot meet the projected need. Housing is the entire case for this rulemaking, but it has not been made. The DLCD charge would also require that participating counties create a plan, not just for housing, but for commercial and light industrial development in rural communities. Our community has no industry. The only commercial activity is short-term rentals. Subdivisions, pavement, industrial sites, and increased traffic would not be welcomed by visitors or residents. Most of the undeveloped land within our community is forest, providing significant health benefits, plus a tree canopy and habitat for wildlife. Drinking water is supplied by creeks, which run low by summer's end. Much of Arch Cape is located in a mapped tsunami inundation zone. Clatsop County's own housing study found we already have enough homes, more than enough homes, actually. But many of those homes are second homes that sit empty or are houses that have been converted to short-term rentals and are no longer available for residential use. This is also true across unincorporated Clatsop County. We're asking you to stop this rulemaking now, or at minimum, suspend it until the need is proven. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karin. Appreciate you being here, and apologies on mispronouncing your name initially. All right. Next we have Darren Ash, PC. Darren, are you on?
It'll be just a moment. I just promoted him.
Okay. All right. There you are, Darren. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Darren Ash from Lapine, and like the previous commenters, I'm here to ask you to stop the rulemaking. It's my understanding that you've told your advisory committee that the rules must require counties to rezone lands. Light industrial zoning is where more data centers can be built. And as we all know, data centers are a very hot topic right now. Data centers are by far the fastest growing light industrial industry in Oregon. The residents of Lapine recently overwhelmingly opposed the data center here, but we were fortunate that in that case, the city council had the power to reject a land sale and stop the data center. In other cases, this rezoning will lead to data centers being forced on communities. Lapine incorporated just a few years ago. We currently have vacant light industrial lands within our UGB, and we are trying to make good use of this land. If you allow hundreds of unincorporated communities to zone land for industrial and commercial development, it'll divert public investment away from Lapine and away from other cities that want to bring economic development to our communities, but not data centers. So this will hurt our economic development, not to mention the residents of these communities don't want data centers forced on them. Oregon has a very unique and special land use system. I've lived in places where sprawl was the name of the game, and I live here now for a reason. So please stop eroding our land use system, and please stop this rulemaking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Darren. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. We've got a couple of folks that we'll circle back to, including at the in-person, Monica Kirk. Is Monica either here or available online? James Moose, we're still trying to work with online.
I've tried to promote him several times and he's declined. I will try one more time. If he will like to accept it, we can see him on video and he will be allowed to speak.
Thanks, James. If you can hear us, then the process for being able to testify online is to accept the prompt that promotes you to a presenter in the webinar so that you can appear to speak or just speak even your audio. You need to accept that invitation.
He has left now.
Okay,
I do have another James that keeps raising his hand, but I don't know who he is. And I've tried promoting and he's not been able to talk.
We also had Miranda Stewart, who we've not had online. Okay. All right. So that takes us to the end of our public comment. We are very close to the time that we would have started. I think what I would suggest actually is it's 1:33 that we do not close our meeting, adjourn our meeting until 1:45 to see if anyone else shows up to provide public comment, since that was the time that we had scheduled for that. What I'll suggest is, as we had said, one of the reasons that we try to keep our agenda moving is out of courtesy to our commissioners who travel long distances to be here. So friends, if you need to feel like you need to leave, please do so. Again, it's 10 minutes away and we will see if anybody else who had signed up showed up or who would like to testify shows up at 1:45. So we're going to stay on I guess it'll be a break-ish thing until 1:45, and then we'll return to see if there's anybody that's come for public comment, and then we will adjourn the meeting. And I will figure out what's going on with my computer because it says it's going to restart. Thank you, Denise. All right, welcome back, everyone. We just wanted to, since we were very close to the time, we wanted to make sure we held this open until 1:45. It is 1:45, and so we're going to continue with public comment. I just want to check in. There were a few names on our list that had not yet testified. Monica Kirk had signed up in person, but we did not see that person in person or online.
Yep.
I see a hand or something. Oh, Karen. Is that Karen? No, Karen.
We've already heard from Karen.
Yeah, Karen. So, okay. Let's see. The other one was James Moose. James. And Miranda Stewart. And then I think so now the other, we do have somebody signed up for public comment at this point.
We have Chris Roebuck.
Okay, so Chris Roebuck, you'll have 2 minutes to testify on items not otherwise on the agenda for our today's meeting. Or the last
Thank you.
2 days.
Had mix up with emails a moment ago, so I hope you can listen to one more plea to stop this rack on unincorporated communities. The charge, as you know, is to allow urban densities of housing in all 4 types of rural areas and to require commercial and industrial development in all 4 types of rural areas. There's no justification given for usurping Goal 14. There's no data to justify usurping Goal 14, and I wanted to just give you 4 quick examples. First, there's no data given on any need for more commercial and industrial zoning in all 4 types of rural areas. The number and status of the 4 types of rural areas isn't known. We don't have data for 1/3 of the counties, and for those that do, well, for Hood River, the status of 6 of the 8 areas listed is incorrect. Third, we have no data on buildable lots already zoned and available, and certainly not county by county. And fourth, we have no data on buildable lots authorized, but not yet zoned. Counties can't keep up with the opportunities already made available, like ADUs on rural residential land. So the ask, I would ask you to stop this rulemaking until there's time for all of the existing laws to be implemented and assessed, and until we can have accurate and relevant data. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. Any other folks signed up? Denise.
So I have Karen Fish online with us still. She was raising her hand. She sent me an email to express why. Monica Kirk was en route to provide testimony when she got the email that we were moving it ahead. So she turned around and went home.
Okay.
But she has asked Karen Fish to read her public comment for her.
Fantastic. Okay.
So give me just a minute and I'll promote her.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share Monica's testimony. I'm speaking on behalf of Monica Kirk. Good afternoon, Chair Lazo and commissioners. I am a housing advocate, not a land use advocate. I live in unincorporated Lincoln County, and I'm a retired environmental attorney who organized 15 neighborhoods, a grassroots group with 2 goals: restoring workforce middle housing and preserving neighborhoods in unincorporated Lincoln County. My neighbors and I have spent 7 years on short-term rental policy that included a ballot measure to restore workforce housing. The Lincoln County STR code reflecting this collaboration was upheld by the Oregon Court of Appeals this month. 15 Neighborhoods urges you to pause the rulemaking advisory committee for housing in unincorporated communities until reliable buildable land data exists. Lincoln County maintains none for unincorporated areas, and that's not an oversight. The rule this RAC is amending, OAR 660-022/0030, has never required one. This rulemaking cannot responsibly authorize expansion and upzoning of our 15 unincorporated communities, including Otter Rock and Lincoln Glen Eden Beach, which were exempted from Goal 14 in 2004, without a reliable count of what's already there. I'm also submitting research on a faster, cheaper alternative, incentivizing short-term rentals to convert back to middle housing. No new land required. Please sequence this correctly. Complete the buildable land and housing need databases first before extending local land use authority. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Karin. Appreciate you doing that. And thank Monica for their providing testimony this afternoon. I appreciate having that perspective. We'll give one last shot for James Moose if James is out there. No. Miranda Stewart, likewise. Okay. Otherwise, that will wrap up our public testimony, and that is actually the last agenda item for the day. Commissioners, if you have not completed, including commissioners online who I hope are still there, if you have not completed your mission meeting scorecard, please do so. As I think if Denise, as Denise tells us, that is extremely helpful in helping to direct the meetings and make sure that we are most adequately and efficiently using our time. So with that, our next meeting is October 22nd and 23rd. And I think it's going to be on the North Coast somewhere. And it looks like it'll also have a virtual option. Is that what that means? So they'll also have a virtual option, but we would love to see everyone at the North Coast. Otherwise, if you have other items that you've been asked by email to complete, then there's an opportunity, since we're a couple minutes early, to do those also. So complete your scorecards, complete your Gallup poll if you've been asked to do that, complete your best practices, and then also, make sure that you sign your expense report. Also, for folks who have testified and submitted written comment, please know that the agency is tracking all of those. We've been given hard copies of those. They will also be made part of the public comment for the RAC. And then how will they be carried into there will be an open public comment period for the rules when they are published. And will these become part of that record, or will we ask folks to, they'll be part of the materials for that point also, that will also be accepting public comment? Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair Lazo and Director Bateman, Vice Chair Bennett. It's Kirsten Green, and just wanted to mention that those comments that are coming to the commission, we will provide those to the commission during the rulemaking hearing, as you mentioned. The RAC are voluntary members that are charged to consider certain things. They weren't scoped to hold a giant public process, so we haven't been planning on sharing all the volume of public comment with them either, but we're absolutely receiving it, reading it, coding it, and we'll summarize that for them. Thank you. And then it will also be an attachment to your hearing in December. Thank you.
Deputy Director Green, I don't know if this is a fair question. Is it fair to, if a RAC member was interested, can they be made aware that public comment has been received and they have the capacity, the ability to ask for that if they would like?
Yep, it's all available as public record. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, unless there's anything else for the good of the order, we are adjourned for